Hello, how is everybody doing tonight? Hopefully you're having a good weekend. We've got a different kind of playthrough we're going to do tonight. We're going to explore the world of modding. But first, I got a good question in my comments from the last video. When we were messing around with our mandrake root, I'll have to look up who posted it, but got a question in the comments of like, why don't you use the gobbler? Because it's worth like 400%. And then the question came up, if you plant the gobbler normally, it will mature. Then you have to feed it bugs and fish in order to make it finish. So the question is, if you use magic, can you skip that? Also, what season is the gobbler? Don't see it. All right, so we're going to... I do have one mod installed already. Oh, there we go. All right. Gobbler seeds. Okay. There we go. Let's go try this out. And then what we're going to do is we're going to jump up on the Nexus Mods and we are going to start going through mods. We'll talk a little bit about what it takes to mod this game. There's some prereqs that you have to go through. So, first things first, let's go ahead and look. Is this an out of season? Yeah, it's a summer only. Okay, here we are. So we'll do just like we did before. We'll go ahead and why can we not gobbler seeds? Is that seeds? All right, let's try something here. That should be, did I get the wrong thing? There we go. Okay, I think gobbler seeds. It's not seeing these as different. Okay, that it sees as the gobbler. Why can we not plant these? All right, here's the other question. Do I already have some, hopefully maybe in my inventory? Then we'll figure out where things have gone wrong here. There's gobbler seeds. Okay, so the spawner is not actually spawning seeds. Okay, let's see if we can mess around with that first. I hope we just go seeds. How about seeds and crops? There we go. Do any of the seeds work? Let's try blackberry seeds. Okay, that's, oh, no, that's our, okay, so the spawner is not spawning the right items. Interesting enough. Carrot seeds. Yeah, it's spawning the actual item and not the seeds. So that's something weird in the mod. All right, well, we'll dig into that. Anyway, we do have some gobbler seeds, so we can still test this. This was in addition to the mod testing we wanted to do today. All right, good enough. Okay, well, it seems to have worked. We didn't have to feed it fish. We didn't have to feed it bugs or anything like that. And then what we should be able to do is now we've got 400 each. So if we did the 9 that we just harvested, that would give us 36 bottles just with the 9 normals. 500 if you get high quality, 600 if you get tool quality. This might be one where it would be worth doing the fertilizer and the pollinators. Actually, I don't know if the pollinators work inside. Probably would. Because that's like 4 bottles versus 6 bottles each. That extra might be worth it. Okay. Let me, just so I give credit to the person, let me get the comment pulled up here. So I want to make sure we get the correct shout out going here. Let's see, community. So the suggestion came from Chaos in Bookland. Their comment was, love the stream, so satisfying to complete the museum. Why not use Maturo on gobblers instead of Happy Mandrakes, since they give 400% mana essence? Or do you still need the fish and bugs when using the spell? So there you go. We do not need the fish and bugs when using the spell. And you just have to make sure you bought the seeds in season. For whatever reason, our spawner's not spawning seeds. It's naming it seeds, which is hilarious. But it's actually creating gobblers. But what's interesting enough, if you look here, I don't think, if we confirm that, right now if we go back in here, yeah, so it's not seeing these as gobblers. So there's something weird in the spawn there. It didn't spawn them as seeds, but that's just the mod. That's not the game. So we're not blaming the game for that. Okay, so what's on tap for today? We are going to explore some modding. So first, let's talk about how modding works, at least the version that I'm using. So I just went off the wiki. And if we jump over to the wiki here, we're going to scroll all the way down, and there's a section down here for modding. We'll click on modding here. Now, this is interesting, written from the standpoint of if you want to create mods, right? So it's got a lot of information here about creating the projects, importing assets, creating projects, lot of extra information here. If you just want to run mods, what you need to do is you need to find this right here, installing BEPINEX. This is the modding utility that will play the mods. Now, I don't know if every mod uses this. I haven't dug deep into the modding world here. We've just kind of gotten started, but it has a little description on what it does, you know, what things will happen here, how to install it, and things like that. I've already done this, right? So this is already up and running. Now in our playthrough, I did not have this installed. There were no mods installed. We played completely vanilla. All right, so then we go over to, I'm going to go to Nexus Mods. I know there are other mod areas. I haven't really done any searching. We can do that a little bit later. But right now there's 110 mods available for Moonlight Peaks on Nexus. We're going to go ahead and pop up here, and we're going to start sorting by endorsements. So these are the mods that have the most endorsements, or the most people that have said, I like this. Looks like we got 80, 68, 66, 60, 53, and things like that. Now, obviously, we're not going to go through all 110 mods. Also, when we install these, we're going to have to do some restarting of the game and stuff like that. All right, so right, yeah, and what I have found in reading through these is a lot of quality of life, a lot of subtle gameplay changes, some aesthetic mods. I haven't seen any big content mods yet, but that's what we're going to kind of look into. So let's just get started here. So this first one, we've got extra tooltip, new gift guide, a friendly quality of life mod that adds item sell prices, crop growth times, magical plant needs. So that looks intriguing. Save anywhere. That looks intriguing. Enchanted studio and texture framework. This feels like a support mod. Character and colors, your textures, your world. We'll take a look at it though. There we go. Moonlight Bachelors, portrait replacer. I'm probably not going to do a lot of these. We'll look for gameplay mods. I think I already have this one, the scroll one. This one doesn't surprise me. House storage anywhere. That's basically similar to chests anywhere over in Stardew Valley. Place items diagonally. Move buildings, spawn items. That looks interesting. Infinite energy. That's okay. Stack to storage and chests. Okay, that seems interesting. Bigger stacks, walk through crops, my little black book, the villager page in your journal, forgot what they love, what they hate. Well, that looks interesting. Let's check that out. Quest and character tracker. That seems interesting. Another portrait replacer. Batch cooking. This one doesn't surprise me. Cook more than one dish at a time as opposed to one by one. We might come back to that one. Always show item value. Craft from chests. Actually, I almost don't want that. Craft at the work table, cooking station, using the ingredients stored in any of your chests in any room or building, no more run. Like, that's interesting because anything I craft from, I just put in the global storage. Never ending can. A mod that makes the watering can never run out of water. Mini map, that one looks interesting. Another portrait set. Clock pause. Stops the in-game clock while you're in decorate mode or an inventory window. I could see this for decorators. That's kind of cool. Barn butler. Your personal stable hand fills all troughs from your house storage, keeps them topped up, pets every animal, and collects milk, wool, and eggs straight into storage. So it automates the barns, essentially. Item duplication, easy money. Mana Plus. This mod provides tools to customize the mana usage. Calm critters and soul blobs. Oh, that makes them so they don't run around. Well, stop running away when you get close. Just walk up and catch them. All right. Fences and gates. Now, I don't know if there are gates in the game, so that's intriguing. Faster growth. Faster growth, the mod for Moonlight Peaks. Speeds up crop growth. Mod menu. A simple in-game settings menu for Moonlight Peaks mods. Mod menu adds a new mods button to the pause menu, allowing you to configure. Oh, that I'm very intrigued by. Always open shops, free decorations, instant crafting, no crows, more energy mods, auto win the card game, auto pet, dash and pounce the familiars now with jump, gates and diagonal fences, some more texture swap, gift taste multiplier, lets you change how much the relationships progress from gifts. Fishing Plus, a mod that customizes fishing spawn rates. Congrats, Nancy. Congrats. Another portrait tweak. A hell puppy as opposed to a kitten. Time control allows you to slow down time, speed it up, and even stop it. Critter Plus takes full control over critter spawn rates, skip catching animations, and track live local spawns. That's intriguing. Let's open it up. Daily mana modifier lets you change how much mana you get each day, defaulting to 3 as opposed to 1. Faster machines. Oh, Yabba sells the gramophone. That's interesting. Serena's Daywalker. A little daylight for the creatures who were never supposed to see it, and for the time you farm and chat with villagers. Okay. Controlled random quality. A mod that controls the quality level of items with random quality. A museum tracker. Add an in-game checklist. Okay, I'm intrigued by that one. Farming quality of life. Dry crop indicators. Ready animal produce. Walk through crops. Firefly pollinator range. That's kind of cool. There we go. Camera zoom. Was that different than the other camera zoom that we found? Farsight was the other one. Okay. Well, let's grab that one too. Converter status UI displays the items being processed above every resource converter. Maybe. Faster planting. All right, we want to check that one out. Meal prep, catalog quality of life, search and sorting filters. All right, that's one I've been hoping for. Resourceful shops, expanded resources and supplies. Maybe. Spanish, mix and matching portraits. Toolbar plus. I think I already have that one, but no more chicks. No more chicks stops baby chicks from spawning in your coop. Enchanted harvest planting season. Museum flexible donation. Remove required qualities. Rotate your barns. Moonlight quick spells. Trouble remembering the directions needed for each spell to cast it successfully. Use this mod to get a list of the current spells and click them. Alright. Pink Draculams, that's kind of cool. Enchanted camera. Moonlight auto tool select. Auto select the correct tool for the job. Near a tree and need an axe, it will select it for you. That's kind of cool. Hover over the plants. Consume all button. Adds a new button letting you consume whole stack of consumables without clicking each item one by one. Okay, somewhat intrigued by that. Nocturna, Portrait Studio, Transplant, mix and match more portraits. All right, well that's 80. Might as well go through them all at this point. We got Witchy Chester, Chester Recolor, Better Ethereal Tools. Use tools, changes forms, and opens menus while you're ethereal. Oh, that one I want to check out. Last swing. See how much is left in a tree. Enchanted Nightfall. Every mod setting in a pause menu. That's another mod multiplier. Blah. Another mod configuration type of thing. Creative mode. Adds creative mode. Decorate with whatever you want. Gridless decorating. Decorate without grids. Allows free movement, rotation, and scaling of objects. That could get funky. Removes the daily limit. Faster, smoother inventory management inspired by Minecraft's mouse tweaks. Enchanted gramophone, your music in game. Anime portraits, white chickens, weather manipulator. Chest labels. Name your chest and see which. That one's maybe interesting. Coffin break. Walk away without losing the day. The clock stops when you do and starts again the moment you touch anything. Okay. Can't get enough of your build. Hold a key and scroll to zoom out. Vampscape. Rotate and brush still is playing with. Okay, I'm not sure what that one is. Automatically keeps timestamps, recent and daily backups for every character. Another portrait. Shop while the NPC doesn't like you. Another reskin. Translation toolkits. More portraits. There's the installer right there. Easily install, yeah, the mods. Another portraits, and pick something up as a cat, bat, or aquaform. That's intriguing. Okay, if there's any that I skipped and you want to see, please throw them into the chat. We're happy to go exploring today. Okay, so let's see. Let's go ahead and shut that down. Now, there's no real order. I think we want to be careful and not necessarily put a whole bunch on so we don't get conflicts. No, don't open Star Drop. Like the Hell Dog thing? I'll take a look at that one. Yeah, it's trying to install it through my Stardew Valley mod manager. I don't think we want to do that, so we'll just manually download this. There we go. Okay, let's go back over to the game. Now, I've done a couple of things here. First thing I did is I did a duplicate of our save file. That way, if we do anything and we mess up our save file, it's not absolutely hosed. All right. Extra tool tips. Extra tool tips, assets. Okay, so for the most part, to install these, it's just copying them into a directory. So that's all I did there off screen. And then let's go ahead and fire the game back up. Now, I don't know if we'll do all these one by one, but we'll mess around with it. All right, game's firing back up. Thankfully, it doesn't take too terribly long to load the game. And then we'll start making a list of ones that we might want to keep and ones that we aren't going to keep. And we'll see where things go. Angry Blush, thank you so much for the gift. We appreciate it. I'm new to the whole jewels thing, but thank you. That's really awesome. Very nice of you. Does that show up on the screen anywhere? I don't know exactly how that one works. Let's get this back up to live. Did that pop up anywhere? Yours don't work? I've never done them, so it's new to me. Pops up in the chat. That's cool. Yeah, I don't know exactly where it pops up. Let's go back into the VOD and look. But again, thank you so much. I do appreciate it. Hey, Jamie, how you doing? Okay, so what we're going to do is so that was our last save. This is the copy that I made here. So this is going to be the one that we're going to experiment with. That way, if we hose this thing up, it won't give us any problem. So it was only a minute ago. Let me scroll back into the history here. That should be far enough back. I went back 3 minutes. There we go. Okay, tooltips. Well, I see I see that the tooltip has changed and added some value items to it. 15 each, 20 each. Okay, so let's see what the mod says it does. A friendly quality of life mod that adds the sell prices, crop growth kinds, magical plant needs, tool energy, water levels, museum donation status, gifting assistant overlays, crafting info right in the tooltips. Okay, so let's look at some of those areas. Gifting assistance. I don't see anything here. Let's go outside. See what it did for crops. Well, I'm not seeing anything on the crops. What if we click on it? No, not that. Okay, what about seeds? Maybe... Prices everywhere. Magical crop secrets and planted crop tracker. Smallest reveals picky plant conditions. Seed shop, free farm tiles info. Tools consumable stats. We saw that. That part was... Well, it doesn't show up here. But it does show up here. Now again, because we have the enchanted tools, I don't think it's doing a whole lot. When gifting NPCs, the mod displays colored icon overlays directly on your inventory slots. Red cross for dislike items. Oh, that's kind of cool. That probably happens when you're working with the NPC. All right. Hover over any seed to instantly see its growth time, harvest yield, and magically water requirements. Seed tooltip displays how many plants of that specific seed are currently growing on your farm. Okay. That maybe only works when they're in purely seed form. So we're not getting anything there. Let's get the shovel. And we'll grab some seeds and find out. Let's see what we have. Gotta have some winter crops in here somewhere. Actually, we've probably got wheat. That's okay. Growth time 6 days, yield 3. So in this form, it's adding a lot more to the tooltips. That's nice. It just saves you from going and looking it up. Okay, let's go ahead and grab these. There we go. Yeah, see, it's not showing progress, but it does show all the information here. Planted on farm 7, growth 6 days, yield 3. Okay. Frosteria. Let's find one of those. Do we have any Frosteria seeds? Yellow glamour, glow glamour. There they are. Planted on farm 8. Spreads when fully grown and watered. Oh, that's interesting information. Oh, that's good. That's good. So if we got these planted, they actually, do they spread? That's some interesting information. Okay, I also see a green check mark and a red X if it's in season or not. Okay. This is a decent mod. Let's see. We need to get a tracking system opened up here. Let's see. Where is my Moonlight Peaks Excel file. All right, let's go ahead and make ourselves a mods section here. Okay, mods. So this one is called Extra Tooltips. I think this is a candidate to use, so we'll leave that one on. Okay, what's next? Save anywhere. I think we'll come back to that one. Enchanted Studio and Texture Framework. One enchanted workspace for your character, your colors, your textures, your world. What does this do? Enchanted Studio. The window is draggable and small enough to move. Watch the character and the object you are changing. Range inside. My look. World paint. Oh, so this just lets you, at least the, okay, you can update your character. You can paint objects in the game? Okay, that one's interesting. We'll come back to that one as well. Alright, what's this one? Serena's Grimoire. Alright, rituals, enchanted teleportation, time control, quality of life improvements. Ancient Grimoire. Check the mailbox for a mysterious letter. Press F1 to open the book. And use the ritual to choose to cast your magic. Is this just cheats? Alright, let's give this one a shot. All right, have a good rest. All right, let's go ahead and check this one out. Ooh, this has a lot of files in it. Copy. Now, I don't know if these have to go in at the root, so let's do a little bit of a test here. Before we get any farther, I'm going to try... What if we make subdirectories? So let's make an extra tooltips subdirectory. And let me see if I can put in... So the mod we just installed, I'm going to move inside of the plugins directory. And then we're just going to quit out here. Because if I can put them in directories, I think that'll be better. If you can't, we can just put them all in the same spot. But for organizational purposes... and adding and removing stuff, I think it'll be easier. So let's do a test on that. We're learning about the modding system here. All right, firing the game back up. So all I did is that mod we just installed. I moved it in, I made a directory called Extra Tooltips, and I moved the files in there. And we will see if the mod system is smart enough to look in subdirectories or not, or if they have to be at the root. There's a directory called plugins, and that's where we put stuff. So we'll cross our fingers and hope here, because this will make it a lot more organized, but it also might break it. So again, we'll use our copied version just in case any of these break anything in our save file. They shouldn't, at least not the ones we're installing here. All right, let's get to the seeds. We knew the seeds were doing something crazy there. Okay, I think the first thing we're going to install is that sorting one. That one seems so useful. Okay, it's still working. Okay, that's cool. That's great. Now, it mod to mod, it might not, but that seems to have worked. So, I'm going to go ahead and take out the conjuring one. Oh, it won't let me while the game is using it. Makes sense. All right. Now I can delete it. Okay, so this next one is called Serena's Grimoire. It looks to be a cheat menu, is what it looks like. So we'll make a subdirectory, and because this one has a number of files. It's got 16 files and an asset folder with another 35 items in it. Okay, and then I think something else that we'll do here, see if we can find it. How long ago was it? Camera zoom, trackers. Probably grab that mon menu. On screen. Where did it go? Form lock, chest labels, creative mode, better tools, consume all, toolbar plus, catalog quality of life, faster planting, converter status, camera zoom, farming quality of life, museum tracker, critter plus, odd menu, detailed mini map, on-screen quest tracker, little black book, stack to storage, place items, house storage, far sight, enchanted studio. I don't see it, so let's see if we can go back and find it. I don't remember what it was called, so let's see if we can just search for filter. What comes up? Catalog queue quality of life. Catalog quality of life. That's what we're looking for. The Renegade Suicide Run. That's cool. Okay, so catalog quality of life. This is the one we're looking for. All right, let's go ahead and pull this one. And let's see this mod menu one. Let's pull that one. All right, I'll make a couple new directories here. Catalog quality of life. And we'll make a directory called mod menu. All right. Let's go grab these. Now, interesting enough, the catalog quality of life did have itself in a subdirectory. So it had embraced that particular style. All right, Moonlight Peaks mod menu. As did the mod menu one. Okay, so it looks like as the mod makers have started doing things, they have said, hey, if you start installing mods and they're all just at the root level, it just gets messy. But if we start putting our stuff in subdirectories, and I'm going to use the ones that already have it built, we're going to use theirs. Okay. we'll use their names. Now, one thing I noticed on some of the, like I installed like 3 mods a couple weeks ago just to see if it would work. They seem to integrate in with the settings menu, or at least some of them do. I can't remember which one it was. I think it might have been the Zoom one that I installed, but we'll take a look at that as well. See if we can figure out anything there. Because if we can find a good, kind of like what Stardew uses, you've got the configuration, I can't remember the exact name of it, that fires everything up for us. It's nice to have an in-game menu. I'd love to find one where we can turn them on and off. That would be really cool, but I don't know if it'll do that or not. We're about to find out. All right, before I do anything, oh, yes. Oh my goodness. This is game changing here. So there's 721 items in here, right? What if we go just bug? So sour bug. All right, sort, name, quantity, quality, price, quest items. You can turn on quality levels. Oh, this should have been in the original game, and it might eventually be in the original game. I could see this being something that they add, but if we need fiber. Oh my goodness. Okay. There is no doubt that I'm going to run this one. All right. So this is catalog quality of life. This makes this so much better. Okay. And does it work in these sub modes as well? It does. All right. Loving that one. Now, let's see if we can figure out this other one. So, mod menu. A simple in-game settings menu for your Moonlight Peaks mods. Mod menu adds a new mods button to the pause game menu. Mods. Okay, there it is right there. Allowing you to configure compatible Bepinex mods. I have no idea how to say that. Directly in-game instead of editing configuration files manually. Press escape, select mods, choose a mod, and adjust its settings. Oops. Mods. Okay, I don't have this many mods installed. Are these just ones it understands? Okay, that's one. Okay, it says enabled. Okay, this is kind of odd. Okay, so let's look at what mods we have installed and see if they're all showing up there or not. We have catalog quality of life, that's there. Extra tooltips, that's there. The mod menu itself, it might not show itself, that's fine. Moonlight Peaks mod menu. Oh, yep, that's the one I just said, sorry. An extra directory in here. Let's clean that up just so I don't get confused. And then we've got the grimoire. Serena's controls. Now I don't see a enable disable. Uh-oh. We have somehow changed the language. It's not good. How did I change the language? Ooh. Settings. Screenshot. Okay. Well, let me see if I can get back to the menu before. Okay, second one down is settings. There we go. Does that look like language? Nope, that's clock. There it is, Deutsch. English, yay! Okay, whew. That was a weird one. We're back to English. Okay, that's one. There was another mod management one. Is it this one? Mod Nook. Configure your mods your way. Every mod settings in the pause menu, sliders, color pickers, and key binding by pressing the key. Built out of the game zone interface. Okay, let's do a little bit of an experiment on this one first, though. So, well, I don't know why it's listing. Actually, you know what I think it is? I think in the Grimoire, Bat Swarm spell. But okay, so these are all ones that all installed with just the Grimoire, Serena's Grimoire. Gravedigger, save anywhere. Okay. Oh, okay. I think I know what's going on. Hold on. I think we just installed a whole bunch of mods in a mod package. Let's go take a look at this. See if I can find it. And if that's true, we might take this one off because I do want to go through and kind of... Okay, so let's go back to this page. So what is this? Unlock an old grimoire, choose your rituals, and bend Moonlight Peaks to your will. Serena's Grimoire gathers my spell and utility mods into one darker, cleaner, all-in-one magic system. Okay, so what this is... Ritual wheel, base game, and book. Okay, so it's all these mods, essentially, built into one. That's why it's listing them individually in here. Alright, map, teleport, and blink. How does this work? Allow teleporting to other areas, rooms via the map. Uses the game's room switch with fade. Well, I mean, we might as well try it while we're in here. I want to go here. Oh! Maybe a little overpowered. Now I have broken the game. There we go. Harsh, welcome to the chat. Good to see you, my friend. Okay. Well, this one has a lot of stuff in it. I think I'm going to pull this one out for right now. Just because it has so many things in it. That's a lot to go through. And it's hard to go through it as a single thing. Let's go ahead and pop back over here. Oh, sorry. Crap, you guys didn't see what I just did. Apologies. So what this one's doing is... Let's say I want to come up here and we want to see Lemmy. Let's go see Lemmy. I'm just going to right click on the map. I'm doing well, thank you. And there we go. We have teleported. So that one's pretty powerful. And pop back here. Game breaking, I think, a little bit though. Okay, so since the shrieking cloud of bats forward to gather pickups, opens a 5x5 patch of earth with purple graveyard magic, upheaval soil, and rising gravestones. Deathgrass summons spectral scythe axes and pickaxes in a necrotic wave that cuts grass, falls trees, shatters stones. Calls down violet lightning, instantly finish nearby machines. Yeah, this is almost a cheat menu. There's a lot of stuff here. Time freeze. Bag of holding opens your home storage from anywhere. Okay, I'm gonna pull this one out. I'm gonna make a new directory somewhere to keep track of some of these, because this could be useful for me when I'm working on thumbnails. But I don't think as a gameplay one, I'm gonna probably run this one. All right, Moonlight Peaks backup. Mod directory. Actually, just mods and mod files. What do I have in here? Oh, that's the actual. Okay, this will just be mods. Actually, I can just copy them over later. All right, so let's take the grimoire out of our list. A lot of cool stuff in there. Yeah, crap. Yeah, actually I can't delete it right now. I've got to exit here. And okay, I'm going to move that one over to a different directory so it's not installed. Okay, so I've exited the game, so the game's not up and running. I think one more utility one we want to grab here. This mod nook, I think. Let's take a look at this. This is another mod settings one. Mods it configures. So just those? Config system is very nearly everything. The moment they're installed. Okay, so yeah, I don't think that's anything. All right, let's go ahead and pull this one. Okay, mod nook. Yeah, a lot of these are now putting themselves into directories. So. All right, let's load the game back up. We'll see what this one is. Still discovering here. Now we could crash as we start to bring mods on and off and things like that. You know, who knows what's going on behind the scenes. Mod at your own risk, I guess. And now, is there anything showing up in here? Those look to be all the standard settings. Credits. Okay, so nothing new in there. And Not that I know of, although we did find one that it's not an orange tabby. There was called like a hell dog one. We're going to take a look at that one. All right. Ooh, I kind of like the interface of this one a little bit better. No, don't do that. Let's go back to this one. So this one has everything in a scroll bar. Cooking screen, workbench screen. Whereas this one... I think I like this one. They're both okay. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just a different interface. All right, we're going to leave them both on for right now. But Mod Nook, so far... I kind of like that one. Okay, I didn't add anything else for us to look at in that round. Just another configuration. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to go ahead and take a break. During the break, if there was a mod that you want to see, feel free to throw it in the chat. Otherwise, we'll probably just start at the top of the list and start working our way down. We're not going to go through, obviously, all 110 mods, but I've got probably 20 to 25 queued up here that we're going to take a look at. So let's go ahead and slip out, and we'll be right back. All right, we are back. Let's go ahead and get some updating done here. So, mods that we like so far: extra tooltips, catalog quality of life, absolutely. Utilities, not really gameplay based. We've got the mod nook, and we've got the, what was the other one called? Moonlight Peaks mod menu. So we'll keep those on for right now. So right now what we have installed is catalog quality of life, extra tooltips, mod nook, and Moonlight Peaks mod menu. I took the Serena's Grimoire off. Okay, we had a request for the Hell Puppy. So let's go ahead and download Hell Puppy here. There we go. We'll grab that now. Again, we're going to have to go ahead and exit the game. I'm pretty sure you have to completely exit. Let's test this. Let's just go to the main menu. I don't think what I'm about to do will work, but we'll give it a try. All right, Hell Puppy. We'll know real quick here if this works or not. All right, so I just put it in the directory. Now, I don't know if it loads these up when the game launches. That's what I think happens, not when we load our save. Yeah, so we still have the Hell Kitten. So that doesn't surprise me any. So let's go ahead and we'll go all the way out and reload the game, which is what I thought we would have to do. But again, we are in, we'll call it testing mode here a little bit. So this one's just going to be a visual update, I would guess. Let's see. While that's loading, we'll take a look at it. Turns your Hell Kitten form into a werewolf form. You're able to use all animations that you'd be able to use in Hell Kitten form. Oh, we become a hell wolf, I guess. Also added optional files to download to work with my texture swap framework. You also need my texture swap framework if you want to use one of the optional color versions. Final folder structure should look something like this. Spoiler. Physics puppy. Okay, that looks fine. All right. Let's load up the game and find out what happens. So this isn't our actual pet, I don't think. I think this is us. So our other test was invalid. Oh, it even changed the icon. Check that out. Oh, that's pretty cool. I didn't want to use this one, but now I might. I don't know. That's pretty cool. Now, Okay, it's not showing up here. And it's not showing up here. So it doesn't have any configuration files. Trying to see. You also need my texture swap framework if you want to use one of the optional color versions. Alright, I'm going to look into the directory structure here. Yeah, there's no configuration files in the directory. Oh, he just does like a one paw scratch. All right, I could see this one. I think I still want to be a kitten, but this would be really cool if you were planning on marrying one of the werewolves. Then you could show your loyalty to your partner, if you will. Okay. Not opposed to that one. Not sure if it's going to make my final cut for my next playthrough, but I think for the right playthrough, that one's kind of cool. Okay, let's see. What's next? Let's go ahead and... Actually, let's check out this texture swap framework. Texture swap framework. This mod's framework to allow others to easily create texture swap packs for any texture or image, including the portraits of the game. Optional starter set is available too. Okay, I don't know if this is going to make it... Oh, no, I'll pull it back up. Here you go. This is us. Us as a puppy. And it just replaces the kitten form. So there we go, Nancy. We're definitely bigger than the kitten. Yeah, so what we're looking at now, we're looking at to see if... So the mod author says... Use all the animations you would be able to use in Hellkitten form, including digging. Optional files for download that work with my texture swap framework. So you can use Brooks, Sagas, Ludos, or Ridge's werewolf forms. That's what I thought it was as well, Nancy. I thought it was the pet would swap, but you swap here. Okay, so he's saying that we might be able to use one of the other. All right, well, let's just download it and find out what happens. All right, texture swap framework. All right, we're going to copy that one. Also, for this test, I want to find something that we can put in to test to see if we can just reload the save. Something that would be nice and obvious. We already downloaded that one. Scroll out further, see about 60% more of peaks. There's two scroll ones, so we'll mess with those here in a second. What do we have here? House storage anywhere. Place items diagonally. Stack to storage. The villager page, your journal forgot. Okay, that seems like a pretty big change. Let's go ahead and pull that one. I need something that's going to be obvious that it has installed. Alright, this one does not have its own directory. Serena's Little Black Book. All right, let's jump back over here. So what we're going to do is we're just going to go back to the main menu. Now, again, I'm pretty sure this isn't going to work. I think the game, when it loads up these DLLs, not when you load your save. But we'll see. Okay, so how do we get to this one? All right, so where would the information be? That's the question. The villager page your journal forgot. Names, tastes, addresses. Press home to open book. Oh, okay. Press home. Okay, that's not doing anything. Let's see. It's not showing up in here. Yeah. All right, let's go ahead and quit. I was about 95% sure we were going to have to quit and reload. Makes sense from just the infrastructure standpoint. Okay, so which ones did we put in? We put in the texture swap. We'll see if we can mess around with that. And the little black book. So far, my favorite one, strangely enough, is that inventory sorter. That is something that, like I said, I'd be shocked if that doesn't make it into the base game. That is so useful. All right, load it up. All right, first things first, let's check to see if anything changed in here. Doesn't look like it. Now, the mod page says press home. There we go. All right, what do we got here? My little black book. So, let's see. Pumpkinhead. Birthday. Talked to them, gave them a gift, played Nocturna. Last seen 12 days ago. Last gift, honey. Loves and dislikes. I like the way this is presented. Romanceable. Birthday. Romanceable. Could be turned. Birthday. Winston. Last seen 74 days ago. I don't think that's accurate. $95 days ago. It might be confused because of the save file that doesn't have like a last played date on it. I don't know. 4. Oh, where's Mina? Mina. There we go. Romanceable, birthday, spouse. Showing still deceased, showing anyone. Oh, that's too bright. Okay, sorry about that. Haven't spoken in 30 days, and honestly, neither has Mina. Married and still leaving them notes, yes. And 7 more. Well, that's kind of... Okay, this one's all right. Go to them. Okay, that's powerful. If you can just teleport to the person. A little too powerful, I think, but... Let's see, Lemmy. Okay, last seen 74 days ago. Let's go see Lemmy. And now, what does it say? Last seen 74 days ago. What if we talk to them now? Oh, wait. Nope. No, don't. I think I accidentally tried to divorce Mina there. Last seen today. Okay, so I just think it's because the mod wasn't installed when we played, it just doesn't have the data, which makes sense. Oh, these must mean we haven't talked to him, I guess, today. Okay, this one could be okay. Oh, this is kind of cool. So we've seen Lemmy today. It would slowly remove them from the pages. Okay, I like that. Hugged them, gave them a gift, played the game. They don't play. I don't know why it has their dislikes on here. Loves makes sense. Likes would make sense. Okay, let's see if there's any configurations on this little black book. Open key. Not a lot in that. Let's go over to the mod Nook and see what it looks like. Open key home. Required discovery. Go to them will only take you to a room you have already been in. This is not about spoilers, it's about not getting stranded. Night pages. Night pages, black leather, purple ink. You can flip it in the book itself. Okay. Well, that's it. Nice. Now, I don't see any configuration files on our wolf form here. So let's go look that up here. What does it say? Or did I close it already? I think I closed it. Okay, let's see if we can get some instructions. How to install. After launching the game once, the config will be created here. Every solder inside replacements become its own enabled and disabled options. Want to disable without having to delete the replacement pack. Okay, well, let's look at the texture swap. Replacements. Okay, it doesn't have any. Alright, well, let's go look at the puppy, the hell puppy. It also doesn't have replacements. Well, interesting, they include this. Starter set. You must have to install and then configure. Let's go back to the hell puppy again here. See if we can find something here. All the animations. I've also added optional files for download that would work with my texture swap framework. So you can use Brooks, Sagas, Ludos, or Ridge's werewolf forms instead of. Okay, well, let's go to files. Hell puppy form. Eye recolor. Okay, there we go. There's the white version. So white wolf form. Hey, Victus. You too. Take care, my friend. Brook version, Ludo version, pink version, Ridge version, Saga version. Okay, let's try to get the white version to work. White wolf form. Manual download. It says don't use one at a time, so it might cause problems if you put too many in. plugins, texture swap, replacements. Replacements. Hell puppy. Okay. Let's just copy this in here and see what happens. Alright, I'm gonna guess same thing here. We made a change, so let's go ahead and reload. While we're doing that, let's go ahead and pop over and see. The next one we want to bring up here. Enchanted Studio and Texture Framework. One enchanted workspace for your character, your colors, your textures, your world, and even the names in your story. Okay, so it looks like you can... My Look, character creation and personal colors. World paint. Point, click, and recolor the world around you. Export, edit, reload, and manage custom PNG artwork. Rename yourself, your farm, your Hellcutton, or an NPC. This one feels dangerous. Separate render game. Export worn textures. What actually saves? Here we go. Written through the game's normal systems. Character hero choices, your character name farm. Stored in the Enchanted Studio. Well, this is something. This feels like it could do some damage. Safe, reversible, and honest. Okay. No base game file is permanently replaced. Custom textures stay inside their own folders. Live character colors can be cleared from Studio. World paint can be removed, undone, or switched off. NPCs renaming never changes portrait or identity keys. The Studio blocks movement and world interaction while its menu is open. Draggable windows, just lightweight. Advanced texture. Alright, that's something pretty crazy. Okay, the zoom ones I want to play around with. House storage anywhere. Powerful. Place items diagonally. Stack to storage. That one we just did. So let's go ahead and pull that one off. Quest tracker. On-screen quest and character tracker. What's this one do? Open the journal, select the quest or job, and use track quest. Well, we don't have it. We might be able to get one from the job board. We'll see if that works. All right, let's pull this one, see what it does. Moonlight Peak Mods. It's an interesting name, but it doesn't conflict with anything, so. Alright, let's fire it up and see what happens. Okay. Alright, have fun in Fields of Mystria. I've been tempted to pick that one up. Okay, let's load this one up and see what happens. I think the load's getting slower as we add more and more mods to it, but That's understandable. Okay. Quest tracker. Quick track new quests, allow character pinning, allow map location pinning. Enabled, show pins when visible. Oh, Hell Puppy loaded in the... Oh, check us out. We're now a white wolf. Okay, so that one's working. Cool. Beautiful. Okay, that's complete. Okay, so we can pin people. So let's pin Penelope. All right. Oh, check it out. She's on the screen there. To the right. Does it show anything on the map? All right, let's run to town here. And we'll see what that tracker does. So there she is. Now she should be in her house. Yep. So it's tracking to the house. So check that out. Yeah. That's pretty cool. Awesome. Okay, I have one lemon cupcake ready for a hungry soul. We will accept that. Oh, check that out. Job for Mina. Days remaining 3. Ready to complete. So we can untrack it. And we can track it. I'm going to guess if you have to give something or anything, if there's requirements, they would show up. Since there's none on this one, since they're giving us something. I haven't seen the trailer, no. I'll have to check that out after the stream. Okay, this one's generally pretty good. All right, let's track everybody. See how crazy this gets. Does it get unusable? Did I miss anybody? Oh. Jarvis. All right, the ones over here are pretty crazy. It's really not that unusable, honestly. What happens if we run to... Oh, there we go. Okay, that's getting a little funky. All right, where is Jada? Okay, there's Jada. Okay, there's Jada and Mina. Okay, so when they get on the screen, it quits tracking them. Hey, Crystal, how you doing? Good to see you. You have to get far enough away from them for the tracking to kick on. Okay. I don't know if I'd want to turn them all on like that. But I can see some utility in this one. Is there a way to clear all? I don't see any. It's just a 1x1 thing, I think. What about in the configuration here? Quest tracker. What if I allow character printing? I turn it off. Oh. I am a wolf. So we're playing around with mods today. So that is a mod called... Hold on, let's get the... This one is called... It's not listed here. Do I still have it opened up here? I think I might. Yeah. It's called Hell Puppy is the name of the mod. And it allows you to change yourself from a hell kitten to a hell puppy. Alright, mods. Well, that didn't clean them all off for us, interesting enough. So yeah, we're just going through and playing around with different mods. So I'm going to turn these all back off. This can have some utility if you were just looking for one particular character. Although there's a mini map that might solve that problem. So. There we go. Alright, did that clean them all off? Looks like it. Now, we did not install that one. Okay, let's go back to the list. Oh, sorry, I would just cleaned off all the pins. Let's work our way from the back here. Form lock. Pick up something as a cat, bat, or aqua form, and the game turns you human again to do it. Form lock stops that. You stay in form. Toolgate harvest is untouched. Chopping or mining already needs the right tool equipped, so nothing changes. Okay, it's got some potential. Chest labels, maybe. Creative mode, that's a bigger mod nook. We already installed that one. So we'll clean that off the list. Oh, this one I've been wanting to try. Okay, let's download this one. Plugins. All right, let's go ahead and get the game reloading here. So what's this one say? This one says cast the ethereal tools spell, then carry on playing. Your magical helpers keep gathering while you use another tool, change form, interact with the world, or check a menu. Keep playing while they work, open menu safely, move between rooms, avoid accidental cancellation, automatically magical watering cans can skip weeds and ready single harvest crops. All right, this one seems intriguing. Let's check it out. All right, it's loading. This one has some utility, I think, to it. We still make the cat sound though. Did you hear that? Actually, you know what? Let's go cut some trees. How about we cut some trees? Alright, so we have the axes now. We should be able to go into this form. Now, while they're cutting trees, we should be able to now harvest things, pick up flowers. That's kind of cool. Oh, can we catch a bug while they're harvesting trees? That's nice. Maybe a little dangerous, but... Okay, I like this one. It adds some freedom. You're not locked into just doing the tree harvesting or the... You can gather mushrooms and potentially things like the... Well, you could manually mine, I guess. You could dig up artifact spots, all of that kind of stuff, while your axes or pickaxes or anything like that's doing their job. All right, let's check in on. All right, enable pickaxes, axes, and hands. Cancel mode. Hold duration. All right, not a lot of configuration, but I'm kind of digging that one. That's not bad. Let's go ahead and close that one. What else do we have? Consume all. Toolbar plus. All right, this one I was intrigued by. So let's go ahead and we'll pull this one. All right, I need to make my own directory on this one. R plus. Okay, so this one, I think it adds the toolbar, like a more classic down at the bottom of the screen toolbar. All right, what else do we have here? Catalog, we already installed that one. Faster planting. Yeah, let's try this one out. Alright. Oops, I shouldn't be closing those. We need to read about them. That's alright. We'll come back to it in a second. Converter status. Displays the items being processed above every resource converter. Alongside time remaining. We'll come back to that one. Camera zoom mode. Alright, we have two different camera zooms, so let's move this one to the front. Alright, we got Hell Puppy installed. Enchanted Studio. This is the other zoom one, so we're going to take a look at those two. Detailed mini map. Alright, let's bring that one over here. Okay. Where is the... track, endorse, vote? I don't see the download button for it. All right, let's just refresh the page to start. Okay, I don't see anything there. Files. Don't know why it doesn't have the standard download button, but whatever, we'll come back to it. House storage anywhere. All right, let's pull this one. Bring it over there. Okay, what's the tool that Toolbar Plus. I closed that one accidentally. Let's bring it over here. And then what was the other one? Down the faster planting. Faster planting. There we go. Okay. Toolbar Plus is installed. Faster planting. Let's grab this one. New folder. Done. All right, and house storage anywhere. Anywhere. I think I'm starting to see the same authors on some of these. What's this one? Quest tracker. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and quit the game. And let's go ahead and take a look at these while it loads back up. All right, faster planting seems relatively self-explanatory. Speeds up the planting action, no more waiting for a full second per seed. Default 3 times, configure 1 to 10 times. Okay. Plant actions up 10 times faster. Animation speeds up. No game files modified. Perfect. Toolbar Plus adds an on-screen toolbar for PC, allows you to put any item in your toolbar, any decoration item, any consumable item, and obviously tools. The consumable item I like. That seems intriguing. Okay, we'll have to test that one. House storage anywhere. This is kind of a chests anywhere mod. Quality life cheat mod line. You access house storage from anywhere. That's pretty straightforward. Detailed mini map. Did we get this one on? Oh, we did not. Oh, that's because this is the one that didn't have the download button. Okay, we'll come back to that. And form lock we'll take a look at in a second. Okay. Here we go again. So first things first, let's go through these in some kind of order. What do we put on? Toolbar Plus. Well, I can already see a toolbar at the bottom of the screen with a lot of stuff on it. You can also see it's changed this. That's interesting. Oh, I did mess around with this before. So it has, some of these have added things to the settings here. So there's the on-screen toolbar. Storage icons, toolbar anchors, quest tracker. All right. Let's see if it shows up in here. Toolbar plus. Controller default binding. Extra toolbar slots. Keyboard form bindings. Anchor to the bottom. Top, left, right. It's interesting. Transparency. Let's try the left. What does that do? Okay, it puts it along the edge of the screen. What about the right? It's not too bad over there. Now, can we put these here? Can I click on them? Oh, you can. You can double click on them anyway. Nope, single click on them. Alright, so I can click on my tools, or I can hit my number keys to switch tools. Oh, that's a thing of beauty. I'm digging that. I'm digging that. Might put it back at the bottom. We'll see. I don't see a way to break it into multiple toolbars. That would be nice. How many? 24 extra toolbar slots. Well, that's ridiculous. That's almost unusable. Okay, that's crazy. Let's go back to okay, interesting enough, we've got different things. Let's go back to here. Did I not save extra toolbar? Oh, extra tooltip, sorry. Toolbar plus. Okay, because we've got, I think, more than one thing going here. What's this one say? Toolbar plus, toolbar. That's also set to 0. And this is also set to 0. There we go. Alright, because that mod puts something in the settings here, I wonder... Let's try changing it again. Yeah, it's not updating. So these versions are not updating it. Well, it's updating the data. Like if we look here, it recognizes that there's 2. It's not adding the slots until we go into the settings and then back out. No. Settings. Okay, let's go back in here. Change it back to 0. Yeah, so because it has its own settings built into the game settings here, I think it needs to update through there. Minor little problem. Is that one of the... we didn't have an extra space. No. Because there was an item there, I wonder if it wasn't allowing the settings to change. Let's try it now. Yeah, that's what it was. Because we had an item in it, it wouldn't take it away. Okay. Toolbar Plus, I like. I like that one. Let's see. Oops, my thing scrolled here. Toolbar Plus, faster planting. All right, let's go check out some faster planting. I'm going to do 3 tests here. Each with 10 crops. Okay, what do we have for seeds? Need something that's a winter crop that we can plant a lot of. Oh, did I take my tooltip off? Where's my extra tooltips? Hold on. Why did those go away? Okay. Let's check our configuration here. Extra tooltips. Okay, seems to be on there. Is it because we sorted it? Let's see if we can find our seeds again. There. Okay, they're showing up here. But if we sort, does that break it? Yeah, this is 2 mods not playing well together. When we do the sort, we're losing the extra tooltips for some reason, which is too bad. So the question is, hey, congrats, Nancy, congrats. Okay, so this is just 2 mods not quite playing well together. Okay, let's see. What do we have hundreds of? Anything? Probably not. Tomatoes and onions we could use. All right. Tomatoes. Do we have any onions? Oh, onions. We have plenty of onions. Okay. Now let's also give ourselves a couple of extra toolbar slots. All right. So faster planting. Let's do it at 1. So this would be the default. Now I should be able to select this. So this is our default planting speed from the vanilla game, right? It's not horrible, honestly. All right, so that was our default. Then they default theirs to, holy cow, it's a decimal. Oh, I'm a little disappointed there. Okay, that's not bad. I like it if you could type in the number, but okay, so they say that's their default speed. Well, his animation got a little funky, but definitely the speed was there. All right, now let's get crazy. Hey, Megan, good to see you. Good to see you. All right, let's get crazy here. All right, well, it says it goes up to 10. I can get to 9.9. All right, well, we'll go with 9.9. All right, here we go. You guys ready? Woo! Now that was planting. Fried chicken, sushi, and a date. That's a good day. All right, now the animation's a little funky, so let's try it by turning off. Also speed up the planting animation so it matches the shorter delays. That's a mod. So we're playing around with mods right now. So I've set my planting speed up to 9.9. And then let's go ahead and put this over here. So I turned off the animation. We'll see if this works a little better. Still a little funky, but okay. Well, it's not bad. Not bad. So that one is called faster planting. And again, I like this being able to turn these on and off. This is kind of cool. Do they all have them enabled? Doesn't look like it, but a lot of them do. Oh, can we turn Hell Puppy off? Oh, nope. We're still a Hell Puppy. Alright, well that didn't do anything. What about in here? Okay, extra faster planting. Nope. Oh, that just turned off the framework thing. Okay. Let's see, what else did we install? House storage anywhere. Well, we can turbo plant stuff now. You want to see the craziest? This is the latest one we were playing with. Tomatoes don't work the best, but there we go. That's the way to plant. All right, so this one, we should be able to go off the farm and still access our storage. There we go. So that's like a chest anywhere. Yeah. Turbo farming, right? Okay, so that one's working. Okay. So far, we have better ethereal tools, the catalog quality of life, extra tool tips, faster planting, house storage anywhere, mod nook, hell puppy, texture swap, mod menu, quest tracker, the little black book, and toolbar plus. I might try moving the toolbar back to the bottom. Let's see if we like it down there. Can I change it in here? There we go. Yeah, I think it still makes sense at the bottom. The right's not bad though. Okay, I think this is another good time to take a short break here. We'll go ahead and pop out and we'll be right back. Okay, we are back. Let's go ahead and go and find ourselves a few more mods here to install. And I think detailed minimap is up next. So this is the one that, again, it doesn't have the download button right on the interface. But I think we can just grab it in here. All right, we got that one. Form lock, we'll try this one out. Chest labels, why not? Creative mode seems bigger, so we'll put that back there. Consume all button. That seems dangerous. Let's grab it. Converter status. Yeah, let's grab that one too. Farming quality of life. Dry crop indicators, ready animal produce, walkthrough. Ooh, kind of like that one. A lot of these are just interface changes. Museum tracker. We don't really need it now. Let's give it a try. Right? I think it could be bad, like if you had a stack of 100 and you consume the whole stack, things could go bad. All right, this one seems a little cheaty. All right, we'll stop right there. All right, let's see what we have. I mean, what's the worst that's going to happen, right? Okay, so the first one here, let's go back to our downloads here. All right, detailed mini map. So again, what I have to do here is I am copying them out of the zip files that have downloaded into the mod directory. All right, this one doesn't have its own directory, so we have to make one. Detailed mini map. And I'm putting each one in their own directory just so I can move them about easier. Could just put them all in one big folder, but that's kind of a pain. Okay, detailed mini map. Form lock. Now, form lock, they did the work for us. So we can just copy the whole directory. It's good to go. Chest labels. Also did the work for us. Thank you. Copy that one in. Consume all. And so far, we haven't hit any compatibility or configuration issues by putting them in separate directories. So that's good. All right, this is converter status. There seems to be a developer called Lockyaw that has a lot of mods. We're running into his name a lot. All right, that one's done. Farming quality of life. Copied, and one more. We've got museum tracker. Now for us, we're done with the museum, so we'll see what that does. Okay. Let's get the game loaded back up and we'll take a look at what we're messing around with here. So this one is a mini map. Pretty straightforward. I don't know what kind of configurations it'll have. What's it say? Positions, real-time NPC locations, birthday indicators, adjustable zoom, toggle display of the map. That's not too bad. This one's interesting in that it makes it so you can do things in form. Hopefully we can turn that off and on so we can see what's what on that one. Name your chest and see which is which. A title in the chest window and a label when you mouse over it. Okay, pretty straightforward. Consume all. Adds a new button letting you consume whole stack of consumables without clicking each item one by one. When you have more than one food, drink, or other consumable in a stack, the item menu will show the consume all, let you consume the whole stack without clicking consume. Like I said, that could be crazy. Converter status. This seems to be a visual for the machines. Alright, cool. Game's back up. Let's go ahead and load in and see what happens. Okay, let's go outside, because the mini-maps may not work inside of buildings. I see no mini-map. Alright, let's go dig in here. To Moonlight mini-map. Show NPC, zoom size, toggle key, F10. Okay. Map. Okay. Don't see it there. Let's leave the farm real quick and see what happens. So, what we could have going on here is a conflict. Show NPCs, toggle key. Alright, let's reset all that to defaults. Confirm the reset. Alright, so the next thing we're going to do is we're going to turn off the toolbar. See if those two are interfering with each other. On-screen toolbar disabled. All right. All right, let me check the directory here. There is a calibration file. Now, this could be one where maybe being in a directory is causing us a problem. Let's see. The mod author did not put it in a directory. Okay. Well, we're going to come back to that one. And see if we can figure out what's going on with that one. Okay, form lock is the next one. So can I disable this? So if we are in bat form, we want to pick that up, we cannot. Now if we go in here and turn on form lock, cannot. All right, let's go find, oh, flower will work. Okay, so we picked up the flower as a bat. And I don't think we could do that before. Let's turn it back off. Okay, so there it popped us back into human form to pick that up. Now, can we use... So if we're in bat form, and we try to use a scythe, it's going to put us in human form. Alright, what if we go... Okay, pickaxe, harvest, different forms. Okay. Let's try this. Can we... Scythe harvest is a bat. Now that still changes. Okay, what about pickaxe? We need to find a rock. Oh, we can see these are working. We've got the wool and the milk above them. That's cool. Crops. I think that means they need water. Purple must mean they need magic water. Yep, magic water. Okay. Didn't mean to go see Victor. Alright, let's go see if we can harvest with our pickaxe while we're a bat. Nope. Alright, well let's try turning our toolbar back on. Extra toolbar. Alright, now can I turn into a bat? No, once I select the pickaxe. So, what does this... Let's see. Apply to pickaxe. Apply to harvest. Stay in cat, bat, aqua form when picking up loose item off the ground. Oh, pick up pickaxe. I was just reading crap wrong. Okay. Stay in cat, bat form when harvesting a bare-handed node. Never mind. So it's doing what it's supposed to be doing. Okay. So theoretically now, we could go into bat form. We could cast our pickaxes. They could be doing their pickaxe thing. And then we could still harvest the mushrooms. Actually, if we went into cat form, or wolf form right now, we could do these. We could get mushrooms while we're letting the pickaxes do their work. A little bit of multitasking. Okay, what's next? Chest labels. We need to get back to the main farm. See what we have there. All right, there's an edit field here. So, mandrake. Oh, I like that. Fodder. Not that I don't know what's in these, but if you started to really ramp up your storage setup, this could be really cool. Very well done. Also, the tooltips are like in-game. Well put together. Alright, let's go see if there's any settings for this. Chest labels. Oh, check that out. Font size. That's all cool. Show header. Show the chest label at the top of the chest screen. Yeah, that makes sense. I don't know why you wouldn't want that, but okay, it's a simple one, but I like it. That's cool. All right, consume all. Let's make some trouble here. There it is, consume all. I can't move. So he's drinking 16 potions. So I just blew through that stack. Now, where this would be nice is, let's say you needed 8. What we could do is, can we split stacks? I just stored that one. What's the sign? Oh, assign it to the toolbar. Well, that's interesting. The shift key is given extra information. What about in here? Nothing for bugs. Nothing for food. Oh, that must be all the recipes that you can make with it. That's kind of cool. Fish. Yeah, fish don't all have recipes, but flowers. Oh, that's cool. Very cool. Okay. Just discovered something new. Anyway, what we're trying to do is split our stack. I suppose you could do that with storage. All right, let's pull these back out. But what I'd like to do would be to drop, consume all, place. Don't really want to put them in storage. Because then what you can do is slip out 8 and then just consume all 8, but I don't want to click on that. All 100 would go away. Well, I guess I could just throw them on the floor. Then you could do a consume all. 3, 4, 6, 7, and then just pick them back up. Now, honestly, with the new toolbar, just clicking it, you're going through a lot less menus. I don't think, okay. I don't know if we're going to use consume all. All right, converter status. Let's go mess with this one next. Right, well, this setup's not too good, is it? Can't get to. All right, let's move that out of the way for right now. All right, let's make some gold bars. Make 10. Okay, so it gives us the time left on one. And the time left on the whole stack. That's kind of cool. 41 minutes to do 100. That'd take a while. All right, what about fodder? $20. $37. Okay. I like that one. That one's not bad. Now these work differently, so it's not putting anything on those. What about on you? Oh, it even is smart. It puts them side by side. That's pretty cool. Kudos to them. So see how, like, normally it would have the item above as being done. Now it's doing the, putting them side by side. So like this one's gonna slip over. Okay, very cool. Farming quality of life we've kind of already seen in action. Let's look at its enhanced water needs, animal produce. Oh, show firefly pollinator range. Let's go check that out. That would be new. Holy cow, is that true? Have I been absolutely wasting? Is that the same size? Okay, I don't know if this is true or not. We're going to do some research on this. It was my understanding that the firefly pollinator only affected a 3x3 grid. This is showing at the same size as the scarecrow. Displays the firefly pollinator range while moving it. Walk through scarecrows. Walk through firefly sanctuaries. Walk through firefly pollinators. Can we really walk through all this stuff? Holy cow. Alright, I might turn that off, but... let's do... So as these water, these little symbols should probably go away. Now, is anything ready to harvest? That's not. These are. And notice they don't have water symbols above them. Are these over here? They are not. I was hoping to get more information on the plants themselves. Pulse magic water need, enhanced water need, show animal produce, show firefly. You can see they've got their little symbols as well. Okay, not too bad. Museum tracker. Alright, let's see if we can find this one. I don't see anything there. Alright, is there a hotkey? All in-game checklist for the museum tracker. Press F8. Can I move that? Okay, good. It gives you some hints. The font size and color are a little crazy. All right, let's see if we can find any configurations on this. Quest tracker. Right, nothing in there. Mods. Form lock. There we go. Moonlight Peaks Museum Tracker. Donate items. Don't edit by hand. Reset settings. Confirmation required. Sure. All visible settings were reset to the defaults. That's great. Checked. Internal donated items. Don't edit by hand. I don't know what that means. All right, let's try that with Mod Nook. Okay, because we have already finished it, I'm thinking that it just... Can we check these manually? Oh, do we have to check these manually? Okay, this might be one where... Basically, this is doing the same thing my spreadsheet was doing. It's just a tracker. Okay, let's go read an in-game checklist from you. Press F8 to open window. Plus tip on how to get each one. Tick items as you would donate them. Okay. And your progress saves automatically. Live progress percentage. Search box to jump. Your ticks save automatically between play sessions. All right, so it doesn't look like it tracks automatically. It's just a checklist. All right, not too bad. Let's go ahead and close this group. Museum tracker, farming, converter status, consume all. Chest labels, form lock. All right, detailed mini map. Let's mess around with this one. There's one bug listed here. Just says error. That's not very helpful. Not working. You know how to get it to work on a Mac. Very nice to have. The on-off toggle really adds a lot. Easy install, works fine. I'm afraid I'm a bit confused on how to install it. Just download it today. 10 as well as changing it to F11, but no matter, it does not appear on my screen. Tried a different key bindings from the list of accepted ones, and I didn't realize F11 couldn't be used, but it's still not working. That works great, but my only comment is it says up during the Nocturna matches. Playing on the Steam Deck. Install the mini-map gets disabled. Toggle button, I think mine's okay. Let's try that first. So right now it's set to F10. Interesting enough. Have those always been there? F1 is bat form, F2 is cat form, and F3 is mermaid form? Or is that something a mod added? Hold on, let's go to settings here. if we could change forms at the press of a key all that time, I'm gonna be form slot 1, form slot 2, form slot 3. Okay, I don't know if these were here before. And I definitely don't think there were 20. This might be part of the toolbar mod. Toolbar slot 1, 2, 3. Yeah. So I don't think that's stock. So what we need to do to test that later is we'll take the form. But holy cow. I don't know how many forms you think you need. Can we also expand the forms? We got the toolbar, add extra toolbars. Extra toolbar slots. I don't see anything for extra form slots, but well, that's kind of cool. I could get used to that. Okay, we're working on the, sorry, got sidetracked there. We're working on the mini map. All right, so the first thing we're going to try is to rebind this to F12. See if that makes a difference. All right, nothing going there. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to go ahead and quit. First thing we're going to do is we're going to take these out of the subdirectory and put them just into the core directory. See if we have broken them. And then where did I put it? Museum tracker. Where is the minimap directory? I literally just had it. Holy cow. Catalog, chess, consume all, detailed minimap. There's where it is. All right, and I'm going to go ahead and pull this out. All right, let's relaunch it with that change. And then if that doesn't work, what we'll do is we'll just pull all the mods out and only put that one in and see if that makes it work. Let's see, any other. So I'm just going through the posts up here, seeing if there's any known issues. Some people are saying it's not working for them. And then there's a bug here. It just says error. Error. Object reference not set to an instance of an object. Okay. So we got some people are saying it's just not working for them. I think it could be either we copied, like it doesn't like being in the subdirectory, or we could have potentially a conflict with something else. So we'll mess around with it a little bit here, see if we can figure it out. All right, I'm still not seeing the mini map, but we'll go outside. It might not work inside of buildings. There it is. Okay. So what I think is happening is this one does not want to work in a subdirectory. Now I'm going to open up its configuration file here and see if I can make a change to that. If not, we can run it at the root. These are all just coordinates, it looks like, in here. I don't see any. Yeah, I don't see any like file pathing issues there. Okay, well now let's see. Aha! So we've got a zoom and we've got a size. Well, let's see how big we can make it. That did not change anything. All right, let's see if there's a settings here. Don't see it there. Let's try this version. Maybe we have to toggle it. Let's try that. Well, that didn't make any difference. All right, F7 and F8 zoom. F8 also does the museum tracker. Okay, let's play some more here. That can go away. That's the quest tracker, museum tracker. There we go. I don't think F11's being used for anything right now. Alright, so now F7 and F8 do our zooming. F12 toggles. So now we'll play around with... Alright, the size setting doesn't seem to be doing anything. We just put it somewhere in the middle. I don't know how usable it is at that kind of a zoom, but... More zoomed out, showing more terrain. Also hide the map's placement inaccuracy since it isn't perfectly proportioned to the world. Right. Show NPC portraits. Okay, well, the size scroll bar doesn't seem to be doing a whole lot. But it is showing up. I think first time I played this would be useful. We know our way around so well now that I don't know that this matters that much. But let's go see if we can see if the NPCs show up on it. Because that might be an easier way to find them as opposed to popping in and out of the main map all the time. Yeah, see, that could be useful. Like if you're looking for a particular NPC, and then you can just turn it off and on when you don't want to use it. All right, I could see, yeah, that's got some use. Tracking all the NPCs. I do wish I could make it bigger though. So that's something I'd keep an eye for updates on this one. All right, that has some utility. That's not too bad. Although we could just do the... If we're looking for a particular NPC, we could just pin Sabrina, and she's on the map, or on the side of the screen there. There we go. That might be easier. Let's see, I want to find Saga. Where is Saga? Here she is. Found her. Okay, I'm torn on the minimap. I think it's got some utility. Okay, detailed mini-map. We'll close that one. Critter Plus, I don't know on that one. Mod menu, we're already using that one. We can close that. On-screen quest tracker, we've got that one. Stack to storage and chests. That's kind of like our convenient inventory. Let's go ahead and pop over here. Adds a store-like items key to deposit every inventory stack that already exists in open chests or your house storage. Shift-click any stack on the inventory screen to send it straight to house storage. Well, that already exists. That's not new. This mod adds store-like items C by default to the inventory screen, housing storage screen, and player-made chest screen. Add a storage chest, press 1 deposits every item from your inventory that already exists in the chests. On the inventory screen inside your house, 1 press deposits every item that already exists in your house storage. On the house storage screen, works there too. This updates immediately. Shift click to store on the inventory screen, hold shift and left click an item stack regardless of whether it exists in storage to begin with. Send the whole stack straight to your house storage. Okay, that's pretty straightforward. Alright, let's pull this one. Place items diagonally. Move buildings, spawn items. It's a weird grouping. The conjuring window. Organize. Press F3 to open the catalog. Okay, I already have the conjuring window. Yeah, I think so. This mod maker, Serena Enchanted, has a lot of cool stuff. Seems to like combine them together into like this one's definitely a decorator item spawner. Conjure a bunch, place the unplaceable, which is interesting. Change the studio and texture framework. Alright, save anywhere. Save your game anywhere in Moonlight Peaks with a single F5 key press. No more waiting to sleep or change the day. Just autosave. Save anytime while farming, exploring, decorating, or boot. Save your game whenever you want, whenever you are. No more. Yeah, okay, this is what I would be worried about. Save anywhere forces Moonlight Peaks to save immediately from almost anywhere using the key of your choice. Developers have warned that forcing manual saves can bypass the game's normal save safety and mitigation or migration systems. Because this mod asks the game to save at a time it did not choose itself, using it carries additional risk. Save problems do not always appear immediately. A save may seem completely normal at first, only to the issue to reveal itself much later in the playthrough. It doesn't mean every forced save will cause a problem. It means that no mod author can honestly promise that forcing the game to save will always be safe. Before allowing the save, the mod checks whether you are in a cutscene, moving between areas, sleeping. Mod refuses to save. Backups are strongly recommended. Save keeper. Let's check in on that. Use at your own discretion. Alright, what's save keeper? Automatically keeps timestamps, recent and daily backups for every character. No menu or hotkey required. Install alongside save anywhere or use it independently. Alright. That's another Serena mod. Alright, we have two Zoom ones here. Farsight. Normal zoom, far-sighted zoom. About 60% more of the world is visible. Okay, what's this do? Scroll out with the mouse wheel to widen the zoom angle. Far side of the game zoom camera limit. About 60% more of the world is visible. Great for exploring, purely visual. Alright, and then we've got camera zoom. Zoom the camera closer or further away. By default, the mod lets you zoom in closer and zoom out much farther than the base game allows. Replaces the default zoom switching with smoother interpolation rather than switching between 2 points. Okay, interesting. This one seems to have more utility than this one. But let's grab them both and we'll try them both out and see which one we like better. Alright, we got far sight. And then we've got camera zoom. All right, let's see. Consume all chest labels, converter status, farmer. Museum tracker. I'm thinking I may not use that one. So I'm going to move it out of our list for right now. Okay, of these two, let's try Farsight first. I'm not even going to put it in a directory. I don't think this is the one we're going to keep. All right, let's reload. And then we'll test this one, then we'll test the other one. We'll see which zoom utility we like better. Or if they're roughly the same. Again, if there's a mod anybody wants to see, you know, let me know. Shoot the name of it in the chat and we'll go take a look at it. All right, let's load this one up. All right, so this is called Farsight. The zoom in seems the same. The zoom out is definitely farther. Whoa, their size changed. So maybe it doesn't change dynamically. Let's see. We are definitely not there, though. We have confused it. Okay. Well, we'll mess around with that here in a second. Right now, I'm just going to turn it off. Okay, so definitely can see more of the world. Makes you slower, makes you feel slower. You're not slower, but because you're seeing more of the world, you feel slower. So let's go to Town Square. Then we can kind of do this as a test to see. All right, we're right in the middle of town. That's probably close to the default. zoom, I would think. Stepped zoom, oh, min zoom, max zoom, zoom step, far zoom multiplier, top down zoom multiplier. Holy cow. Controller zoom, adjust override areas. Well, let's get extreme here. What does that do? Now we're talking. Okay, how far can we zoom in? Oh, look at that. Nothing else, this would make thumbnails easier to do. Okay. I like this view. I wouldn't want to play in this view, but the ability to look around like this, actually pretty cool. Really makes you appreciate the world. Interesting. Okay, let's see. Far sight. Can we enable it? What's step zoom? Scroll wheel zooms in and out gradually instead of at the game's all or nothing toggle. Alright, well that took away our far zoom. Let's turn that back on. Zoom step 0.12. See what that does. Far zoom multiplier. Oh sure, turn that all the way up. What could go wrong? Top down zoom multiplier. Sure. I have no idea what some of these things are doing. Well, those are I am just scrolling the crap out of the scroll wheel to barely... That's the step, I would say. Alright. First thing, the step... I think it was set to 0.12 before. What if we set it up there? Oh, now we're talking. Actually, I don't mind that extra speed. Does Mod Nook have a hotkey? Mod Nook needs a hotkey. I need a hotkey just to go to this menu. And what about the other one? What's the other one? Mod Nook. Quest tracker converter Mod Nook. Nope. I don't see a configuration for it. Oh, that's too bad. Alright, let's see Farsight. Alright, let's see. 0.3, max zoom of 4. Zoom step, let's get this. Alright, this is your warning. If you want to stop, you can stay. If you're not going to stop, then I'll have to remove you. Alright, can I type? Oh, I can type numbers into this one. 2, 5. Alright, let's try that one. Far zoom multiplier. I don't know what that one does. I don't know what these two do. Alright, that's a good pace there. Alright, so let's see if we can figure out what the other two settings do. Mod Nook. No. Farsight. Areas. Let's go to Mod Nook. It gives us some All right, let's reset all these to defaults. And see. Okay, so now we're back to there and there. Now the question is, what do... Far zoom multiplier. So we've got the max zoom. What does this one do? I don't see a difference. Okay. And top-down zoom multiplier. Yeah, I'm not sure. Those settings don't seem to be doing anything. Now these did. What if we go this way? Would that give us hardly any zoom? Yeah, that basically gives us no zoom. Alright, that makes sense. Alright, that goes way out. I don't think we're zooming in as far as we did before, though. Let's see. Yeah, that one didn't save. Alright, let's go this one. There we go. Now we can get ourselves a nice close-up of the puppy. Okay. That's not bad. So that was Farsight. Now the other one that we want to check out is called what? Camera zoom mod. All right, so I'm going to just remove Farsight. And we'll add in, come back. Camera zoom mod. All right, let's fire this one up and see what happens. All right, I'm gonna guess these work pretty much the same. We'll just see if one has a better interface or something. All right, back in we go. Well, we're definitely zoomed in. Now we're zoomed out. All right, let's go see what we have for settings on this one. Camera zoom, zoom step, zoom speed, zoom smoothing time. Close camera size multiplier. Far camera size multiplier. Holy cow. Well, this one definitely has a wider range. All right, let's go into puppy mode. We still have to play with the map there. Hey, happy birthday, happy birthday. Well, that is a view of the world that I never thought I would see. All right, let's go to town. That's crazy. Oh, now I've lost the zoom. Is that per area? That can't be per area, right? I think sometimes these sliders don't quite work, so let's go into this version. Whoa, there we go. Okay, so I guess, as you get close to the transition points, why is it... As I'm zooming out, it's losing the centering. Okay. Let's see if there's a setting for that. Zoom speed, zoom smoothing. Well, this one definitely gives some crazier... Alright, so that's moving with it. Okay, at this zoom level, right there. Okay, the camera's moving with us. We go out farther. Oh, no, now it's moving. Yeah, we've lost the... We've gotten so far away, the camera doesn't seem to be linked to our character anymore. Maybe if we go... It still is. Still trying. Alright, that's weird, but... Now, again, we're setting this at pretty much the extreme angles, so... Okay. Let's play around with the mini-map. We've since broken the mini-map. Let's go back to... Let's try to reset this. See if we can get it to recover. Okay, its settings seem to need a reset, from what I can tell. So 260, so 600 was... If 260 is the default, Let's try 400. See what that does. Now again, I think we're going to need to reload the game here. All right, I'm not sure which zoom I like better. All right, let's do a reload. We'll see what it does to the mini map. We'll take a short break. I'll be right back. All right, we are back. I did a reset. I think changing the scale of the mini map is breaking the mini map. So if we look at it, like our dots no longer tracking with the map. So let's do, see now it thinks we're down in the shores. So we are actually, and the NPCs are in the wrong spot too. So let's try something here. Let's go ahead and set it back to its defaults. And we'll reload it again. And we'll see what happens. While we're reloading that, let's go ahead and do a quick look over here. Camera zoom, we checked that one out. Far sight, we checked that one out. Save anywhere, I'm thinking about not worrying about that one. We might consider pairing these up, but this could cause us some problems. Now, a lot of these here, this stack to storage. Oh, we haven't tested that one yet. We'll test that one in a second. Critter Plus, creative mode. Yeah, let's go ahead and dump these save ones. Enchanted Studio. These feel like more like non-playthrough mods. We might check that creative mode out. We'll see what it does. All right, let's jump back in here. And then we need to check out stack to chest. Did we copy that one? I don't remember copying that one. I don't think I did, so we're gonna have to restart again for that one. Stack to chest. All right, I'm gonna copy it right now though. I think I skipped that one. All right, let's jump outside. See, now it's tracking correctly at this size. So I think changing the size is messing it up a little bit. You can really appreciate the art, though, strangely enough, at the farther zoom level. Just because you can see it more in context, if you will. Let's fly down to the shores, see what the shores look like zoomed out. Yeah, you can see so much more of the layout of things. It's pretty cool. Just appreciate it a little bit more, I think. At least in my opinion. Hey, thank you for number 20 on the light counter. We appreciate you. We probably should get a chicken rave in here in a second. Who wants to chicken rave? Who's still with me? Wake up, everybody. Hey, Rob, welcome, welcome. Yeah, you can really get a feel for the buildings a lot more at this zoom level. Oh, Vira's got a nice house. Kind of got... These have a similar theme. Wish you could go up here onto the roof. That would be cool. I don't think I'd want to play at this zoom level though. Honestly, the default zoom levels are fine. All right, let's go ahead and reload so we can get the stack of chests. I'm gonna pull the zoom back out and the mini map back out. Move that, and where is our zoom level? Zoom toolbar. Texture help up a camera zoom mod. There it is. Move that one out. Okay, let's fire this one back up. So this one is called Stack to Storage and Chests. Adds a store-like items key to deposit every inventory stack that already exists in the open chest or your house storage. Shift-click any stacks on the inventory screen to send it straight to house storage. And that's the same. The C key by default in the inventory screen, housing storage screen, or player made shit. Oh, I don't think this does the external. It just saves a click. Okay, I think this still could be useful. We'll mess around with it here a little bit. So it won't do it unless you have the chest open, is what the way I'm understanding this. Let's see. So I can't just run by my chests and stack stuff, I don't think. But we'll find out here. Alright, so if we have all these fire drops, let's say. Alright, I'm gonna say nothing happened there. Oh, they're still in our inventory. Okay, so if I have this open, I hit the C key. Cool. So it just sends everything over so I don't have to grab them like one section at a time. Okay. C key stored. C key doesn't work because we don't have any in there, but if we had some in there, then the rest would stack. Okay, that part works. At the storage chest, press 1 deposits every item from your inventory that already exists in the chest. On the inventory screen inside your house, press 1 deposits every item that already exists in your house storage. Okay, so that's interesting. So let's grab just a whole bunch of bugs. Okay, now if we're out here, I press C, they all went. All right, let's try that again. Now I'm going to take all of those bugs, press the C key, nothing happens. But if we had one of these in storage and we press the C key, the rest go into storage. Okay, that we'd have to be a little bit careful with. Now we do have the store from anywhere mod running right now. So what if we are over here and let's say, and we hit our C key. Okay. Now we can still store the stack. All right. Shift click to store on the inventory screen. Hold shift and left click any item stack, regardless of whether it exists in storage to begin with, to send the whole stack straight to your house storage. No context menu. That's default. That already exists. So. All right. This is pseudo useful though. If we had, you know, let's say we were out collecting things. There we go. So we're out adventuring, we're doing stuff, yada, yada, yada. We collected some things. Like even if we went to the, grabbed ourselves some fiber here. Okay, and cool. And our inventory's gotten full. We can just come here, hit the C key, and if it's already in storage, it stacks. If it's not in storage, notice that these didn't stack. Now from here, if I hit the C key, well, let's try this. Let's grab one bug. Okay, so now we have one bug in our inventory. If I hit the C key from here, nothing's happening. Oh, it did pull from our inventory though. Okay, I was kind of hoping it would pull from here and put it back in our main inventory. But it did not. Let's try this again. We have 17. We'll take one. So from this screen, if I hit C, yeah, it puts it back in here. That's not all that useful, but okay. I like that one. That one's got some utility. Oh, we can fly through the statues as well, I think. Oh, no, we're hitting. I think we're ramming into them. There we go. Well, let's go ahead and take a quick peek. So that is stack to storage. Place items diagonally, move buildings. I don't think so. Okay, what's this creative mode? As a creative mode, decorate with whatever you want, spawn in whatever you'd like. You're free to do whatever. You can even place dig spots. Warning! Okay, creative mode unlocks a new creative inventory mode, giving you unlimited access to decorations and items. Creative mode removes much of the game's intended progression and may make the game less fun. I recommend using it only after fully completing the game. Creative mode may interfere with some game logic and progression. Use it with caution. Toggle creative mode anytime with F4. Place items without needing to own or craft them. You know, just have creative mode. Shortcut can be. I don't know that this is actually a creative mode versus it's just an item spawner. I think you just get access to all the items. That's what I'm seeing. As opposed to, it's not like a full-on world creative mode, if you will. Let's see what people are talking about. Is there a way to drop vampsters? Is able to add those either because they're all unique. No bugs. Okay. We already have one of these. We've got this. Oh, we've got an interference now. Okay, do we still have... I don't remember what it was called. I had an item spawner, but I think I took it off. Extra tool tips, faster planting. Nope, I don't see it. Alright, well, we'll leave this creative mode up here and see if I can find the other one. What was it called? Portrait replacers. And I'm just going back through. Free decorate. Places decorations where we actually want them. I control. Nope. Integrate search. Nope. Moonlight quick spells. I want to take a peek at that one. It's not what I'm looking for, but auto tool select. That might be worth taking a look at. I'm not seeing it. I probably still have the... Unlock. Alright, let me see if I still have the zip file for it. This is one I downloaded a while ago. Serena Conjuring, I think is what it is. Alright. Serena has a lot of stuff. There's Serena. Who are some of the ones we've seen a lot of? Serena Enchanted. Definitely active. And Lockyaw. Both of those. Very, very active up here. Alright, Serena, where is your... Is it Conjuring that it was called? Serena Conjuring. Oh, that's the one in the place diagonally. Place items diagonally, move buildings. July 17th. Yeah, it's the same one. I just didn't know it had this extra functionality. Alright, let's re-download this one. So I'm grabbing the Serena Conjuring. And then we've got Yaw and Serena have basically similar versions of things, since they're both so active. Let's grab that. Skip that one, skip that one. Alright, this auto tool select. I think we'll try that one out, see what it does. And then this Moonlight spells. Are these both by the same person? Yeah, they are. Interesting enough. Alright, let's grab that one. Let's see what we have. So Serena Conjuring will be our first one here. I'm gonna have to make a new directory here. Serena Conjuring. Alright, we'll copy that one in. What's next? Then we've got the Yaw version. And what was his called? Creative mode. There we go. All right, next we have Moonlight Auto Tool Select. Let's bring that one in. So that is this one. All right, and finally, quick spells. There we go. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and quit out of the game. So quick spells first and foremost. This mod was written with AI. I am blind, so there are any issues, especially visually, please let me know. Try my best to get them fixed. When the menus, dialogues, or anything else would take you away from the actual game style, all buttons are disabled until gameplay is resumed. Cast a spell you have without needing to be given directions for each one. Well, I mean, if you were blind, this could be useful. Okay, by default, you will see a list of content spells. Okay. Issues. Makes sense if they're trying to do some accessibility stuff here. Auto select the correct tool for the job. All right. And then we've got both of these, which should have spawning capabilities. Serena's Conjuring and Creative Mode. All right. Let's get this loaded up and we'll see what happens. Loading, loading, loading. I like the spell casting, so I'm not sure that we're going to keep it, but I'm curious as to what it does. All right, so spell system will work as intended. All right, so let's take a look at the quick spells first. All right, the K key. Accessibility has a speak, show the pattern, equip wand for me, restore held out. Okay. So let's unequip our wand to see what happens. All right, we hit the K key. That's kind of cool. If nothing else, it shows you the spell. Now, if you just click on it, what happens? That's kind of cool. Let's see. Okay. I don't know how much I would use it, but it is kind of cool. All right, the auto tool select. F2 by default. Now here's where I think we have a potential conflict. Auto tool select. I don't think I'm using F4 for anything right now. Let's try that. Okay, disabled, enabled. Now theoretically then, let's go ahead and go up to the forest here. See if we can find a place where we've got a rock. Do we have any left anywhere? Got plenty of trees. Well, I don't see any just general debris. We've probably just done a good job of cleaning it out. Alright, well again, we have nothing selected right now. That shook the tree. Okay, so when I left... Oh no, check it out. Okay. When we get close, it just auto-selects the tool. Alright, well if we go in here... So there's the scythe, pickaxe. Interesting. It's a little delayed on those. It gets those pretty quick. Those it takes a second. Let's go back out and check the trees. I can see the accessibility usefulness of this though. And then it's toggleable, so you can go back to normal mode. Like if you're in an area where it's causing a problem. That's also a huge nicety. Like if you want to keep your wand out, and you walk through the grass and it auto selects things for you. And you don't like that. Okay. Those are interesting. Alright, place items diagonally, move buildings, spawn items. Serena's Conjuring. So this used to be set to F3. And it still is. We've used this one a little bit. It looks like an update has happened though. This looks a little different than the last one. So let's see. Actually, this was a problem before. The icons appear to be new. Alright, let's get the black. Also, there we go. Blackberry seeds, blackberry seeds. Let's turn off seeds here. Let's go with wheat. We got wheat seeds, and a second wheat seeds. So let's grab one of those. Okay, that's not what I expected to pop up there. Let's see, did I just hit the wrong key? No, that's pulling up the wrong thing. Oh, you know what? This is creative mode. Okay, so creative mode has replaced our inventory with basically just anything you would want. So that, not practical for our playthrough right here. Cool. It's kind of a cool thing. But that would be more for making thumbnails and stuff like that. Place. Wow, you can place stuff anywhere. The drop functionality doesn't really work since there's no real inventory to pick stuff up. Can we replace? Just lets you see though just how many things are in this game. So we can't place these guys. All right. Well, in order to keep testing, I think we need to get creative mode out of there. So I'm going to remove that. It's cool. It's got some uses, but not really a playthrough type of thing. So let's take a look at toggle creative mode anytime using F4. Well, we could have just toggled it off and on, I guess. All right, we could put it back and try that toggle. But right now I just disabled it. It's not one I would use for a playthrough. But if I need items... Now, I do like the Conjuring one better in that regard. Creative mode is kind of cool. It listed everything. But the Conjuring lets us pull things and put it in our inventory. And have a little more control, I think. I think it's all... depends on what you're trying to do with it. All right, let's try this again. We should now have access to our inventory. Cool, we have access to our inventory again. So let's try this out. Let's go with wheat. We're gonna grab one of those. That didn't work. That went to our inventory. So what is up? Item growable crop willy wheat. I wonder if it's not working because that's not dirt. Although it put us in decoration mode there. All right, let's try this one more time. weird. But it did spawn the seed correctly this time. Why can't you plant that there? Interesting. Let's try this. Plant. What was wrong with that spot? I don't know. Weird. Alright, so this is the conjuring. Let's see what else we have in the conjuring setup. Serena. Alright, enabled. FK show everything. Only items the game marks acquirable on every item asset, including internal ones. Messy. Okay. Hidden items. Hide iconless items. Allow water placement, 8-way furniture rotation, 8-way building rotation. Experimental. Use the same QE 45-degree rotation for every building. Conjuring can place or move, including houses, barns, windmills, wells. Mausoleum special structures. The exact visual angle persists safely outside the vanilla save. Off buildings keep their normal 90-degree rotation while furniture can remain 8-way. Okay, it's interesting. So if we want to move, I think it's this one. Oh, that's pretty cool. Don't know exactly why you'd want 45 degrees. Could make for some interesting layouts, though. Don't know if that exists by default. It does add the 8-way rotations to objects as well, which is kind of interesting. Oh, that's interesting. Kind of a pain to plant, but what about these? Definitely adds for some interesting potential as far as if you wanted to do stuff for visual and decorating and stuff like that. Because these are tile based for a lot of the stuff, it'd be interesting to find out exactly what that does. Okay. Not something I would probably use a lot, but... And again, the nice thing is these mod makers seem to be on top of things as far as if you want the spawn but don't want these rotations, you can just turn them off. Free placement and decorate mode. Move buildings and decorate mode. Oh, let's try that. Can I just grab... Oh, there you go. You don't even have to cast a spell. Just move whatever you want whenever you want. But trees, can I move trees? No. interesting. I don't know if I'm going to keep that one for a playthrough. Again, that's one of those things that I will use for like making thumbnails and stuff. Do like the toolbar though. We might end up keeping that one. Okay, what's the toggle on that one? Oh, does it automatically switch to the net when you get close to a bug? Doesn't appear to be. That's too bad. That would be nice, but doesn't seem to do that. Let's go find a different bug. Make sure the bridge isn't messing it up or something. Nope. It doesn't look like it's auto-changing for that. Okay. I don't know if I'm going to use the auto tool switcher or not. All right, let's jump back over here. Let's see, creative mode. We've got the place items, conjuring, the auto tool select, the quick spells. All right, so what's this one? One enchanted workplace for your character, your colors, your textures, your world, and even the names in your story. Let's see if there's a warning at the bottom of this one. I think it said it was safe. And then Critters Plus, what was this one? Take full control over critter spawn rates, skip catching animations, and track live local spawns. Spawn rate customization, skip animation, hiding place controls, full control over tree shaking, harvested plants, despawn behavior and spawn conditions. Live GUI that displays all critters present in the current area, showing their current counts and maximum limits. In-game toggle and hotkey. Configurable fine-tune balance in-game using configuration manager. I don't know what this configuration manager is. All right, let's check this one out. Creativity, sports. That's its own configuration manager. Hotkey's it. Okay, let's give this one a shot. Let's see. Critter Plus. All right, it doesn't have its own directory. All right, let's go ahead and relaunch the game here. I am going to pull... I think I'm going to pull the conjuring out for right now. All right, let's see. Available settings. Always drop from trees. Daily limits or empty states. That's interesting. If nothing else, we might be able to learn some stuff about how the game works here. Who wrote this one? Curition. Not sure if I said that right. All right, let's jump back into the game here. And we'll see what's what. Like I said, I'm just interested potentially in the information. We can learn more about how the game works. Even if we don't run with it on during the play, it can be a good research tool. All right, so it said there's something that the default was O. We'll try that. Okay. I don't see anything turning on there, so let's see. Critters plus. Respawn intervals. Skip present item animation. Enable debug logging. Show population GUI. Toggle with, I think that's O. Maybe it's a 0. Oh, does it have every bug? Holy cow, look at that. It's got every bug. You can individually override each one. Spawn chance for beetle. Okay, these are change values, though. They're not going to tell us the original values. Alright, let's go look around here a little bit. Alright, 0 didn't do anything. I'm not seeing the GUI. Don't see anything. It's not there. All right, let's check settings. Nothing there. Let's go into this version. GUI. All right, let's try a different character, a different letter. Let's go find something that doesn't do anything. I doesn't do anything. He doesn't seem to be doing anything. Not sure what I'm supposed to be seeing. Let's go back to the page and see what it shows. Critter plus, critter population. I'm guessing that's what we should be seeing, but okay. Let's see. Skip animations. Okay. In-game toggle and hotkey. Turn the live GUI overlay on and off via the configuration menu or with the customizable keyboard shortcut default. Oh. Upon first run, the mod will generate a configuration file. You can easily edit these values in game by opening the configuration manager, default hotkey F1. Configuration entities are sorted alphabetically for better view. Okay, so this is another one where we're going to go ahead and quit here. And we're going to take it out of the subdirectory that we put it in and put it at the root, because sometimes that does seem to have caused a problem. This is the second one that potentially that might be the problem. So let's see. Go ahead and reload here. Like I said, this is definitely one of those that I don't think I'll probably run in a playthrough, but I might be able to learn something out of it. Load, 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 load. Actually, did I clear that one? Yeah, okay, cool. Couldn't remember if I moved it or copied it, because copy could cause an issue if it tries to load them both. We moved it. We're okay. Still not getting anything. All right, Critters Plus. Did it reset back? Did not. So set this back. Actually, let's just reset the mod. There we go. Popular hiding. All right. Still not getting anything, but let's leave the farm and see if anything pops up. Weird. Okay, let's check the site. No, I should be okay. Can you not hear me? Let me test. Hello, hello, hello. No, it should be okay. Yeah, I'm getting... Alright, let me see if there's anything here. Does it work with the fish version? Compatible with each other. Hiding places. Is everything working okay now? Yeah. I appreciate you calling it out though, because sometimes, yeah, I will hit mute. Not very often, but sometimes. Okay, nobody's saying they're having any issues, just us. So why or what is going on that's making the UI not work? So let's go back in here. It has all the bugs in it. Enable rows debug line for troubleshooting. Keep this disabled during normal play. A lot of log output and can spam the debug console. No thank you. Respawn interval. Nope. If enabled, displays a live GUI overlay on the screen showing current critter populations and max limits. with the O key. Hotkey to quickly toggle the critter overlay on and off. Let's try that and see what happens. Oops. Alright, well, if we turn that off and then turn it back on. Well, I don't know on this one. Doesn't seem to be working for us. Let's go find a bug. We know there's a bug around. And we'll see if we can get it to spawn for us. I don't see a single bug. Has the mod broken the bug spawn? Potentially. Let's go up here and see if we can find one up here. There's a bug. Okay. Still not getting the overlay though. Well, they do have, I believe, another one. See, Critters Plus. I think they, in the let's see. Mods, there we go. Critters Plus. Weather Manipulator. Fishing Plus, that's the other one. Energy Plus, Mana Plus, bigger stacks, increased stack size. Alright, well, let's see if we can get Fishing Plus to work. Yeah, it seems to have a... Some of these may be required and we already have some for past downloads. Do we need that configuration manager? That's what I'm kind of wondering now. Let's see what we have in this one. All right, let's go ahead and take a short break here. I'm going to cycle while we're on break and we'll be right back. All right. Oh, did we come back? Did we make it back? The camera didn't come back on. Let's try that again. There we go. I'm back. So I installed the fish version. It's also not working. I wonder if it's this missing configuration manager that they're listing here. Configuration manager. Let's give it a try. See what we get. Configuration manager. All right. Let's cycle real quick here and see what happens. If it's looking for this and then it can't find it for its settings, that could be the issue. All right, we're going to restart on this one. I'm mostly through the list that we found at the beginning of the stream. So again, if there's a particular mod you want to see, let me know. We can get those into the queue here. Otherwise, we're going to start boiling these down to what do we keep, what do we get rid of, at least for a playthrough. So I've got two categories of mods I'll probably run. One will be for behind the scenes thumbnail creation. Those tend to be a little more cheaty. And then we need to find our mods we're going to use for the playthrough. Or our next playthrough. Which we could start as early as tomorrow, if I can get everything figured out. Alright, nothing popped up in the house, which makes sense. Okay, we do have plugin mod settings. Critter Plus. So this is the configuration manager. It seems to be working. Let's see, where's the GUI section? All enabled. Whoa, look at that. Alright, you guys can't see it, but text file of the log just popped up. Support negative scale or size. Alright, let's see if we can find anything in here. Loading Critter Plus. Successfully created. Okay. It says it worked. Now, let's go ahead and close that. We will close that. O and P were the Critter Plus. Okay, that's not on. Let's turn that on. And then Fishing Plus. That is on. P. All right. Let's go ahead and go up here. All right. Next test we'll do is see if we're getting some interference. Let's go ahead and turn off the toolbar. Don't see any issues there. Now, if you ask me if I choose toolbar or the critter, I would probably choose the toolbar. We're doing stuff in the background, which is hilarious. Well, kind of disappointed. I was kind of hoping to see this information. I don't think it would be that hugely valuable. I don't think it's going to give us raw numbers or anything like that, but actually, the next thing I want to test, make sure that we actually getting, oh, there's a critter right there. Okay. So we know they're spawning. Let's see if the mod's even working. So, there is a setting here. Skip the present item animation. Game will skip the present. Okay. There it showed up. Aha! You have to have the net equipped. All right, I would not have expected that. And now I can toggle it. But if your net's not equipped, it just doesn't show up. All right, is the same for the fishing pole then? It is. Okay. All right. Got lucky there. Okay, so current max. Yeah, it's one of those things that if I want information in a on-screen thing, I get the context sensitive concept, right? Whatever. But if you have a button that's supposed to toggle it on and off, let me toggle it on and off. I shouldn't have to have the right piece of equipment on, but it's their decision. I'm not saying this are wrong. It's just, for me, that one's a little bit odd. Okay, so this gives you the idea. It says there are 2 turquoise silvers. Okay, that's the Twizzler right there. It's not a butterfly. Snail slug, beetle Twizzler. So there's 1. 2 frost flutters. Alright, it's kind of cool. I think the fishing one might be a little more valuable. I'll tell you what fish are out and about. I don't quite understand there are 4 current and the max is 2. Let's see if I can get any information on that. Critter plus. All right, well, I guess it's working now. Probably didn't need that configuration manager. So I'm going to test that next. Let's go ahead and quit out of here. We're going to do a couple of things here. We're going to put them back in individual directories. So let's make a new directory. Fishing plus. And we get you. And then Critter Plus, and back into the Critter Plus directory. Now it's got one file that it used for both of them. I'm hoping that if I only put that in one of the 2 places, it will actually load correctly. And now I'm going to take that configuration manager out. Okay. Let's see if it was working the whole time. And I was just too uninformed to do it correctly. While we're doing that, all right, the game's loading back up. Let's see. Got that. Got that. Picked that up. Good there. This one is Fishing Plus. That's the configuration manager. I never did do that one. All right, let's go ahead and sort this instead of by endorsements. By unique downloads. Let's see what's been downloaded the most. A French translation is number 1. Save Anywhere is number 2. An Enchanted Studio is number 3. Extra Tooltips number 4. Infinite Energy is number 5. All right, game's popping back up here. You guys should see it in a second. As soon as OBS decides that the game is running. You can hear it. Come on, there we go. All right. Let's equip our net. There we go. So everything was working the whole time. Now, what happens if we go inside? Shouldn't be any bugs inside, so what does it show? It shows nothing. What about fish? We have a fish in a fish tank, but that's a decoration. Alright, nothing. Well, it makes sense. There's no bugs inside. All right, there is that. And our fish. All right, cool. Everything seems to be working again. All right, let's go back here. So I guess we can try this texture framework one out. It's popular. It's got the most unique downloads. Let's try what's just been downloaded the most. Yeah, that one's been downloaded the most. 3.9 thousand times. And then Serena's Grimoire. Both with decent extra tooltips. Save anywhere. French translation. Moonlight Bachelor's Portrait Replacer. Alright, now I'm curious. What did they change the portraits to? Let's see. They go more realistic? Alright, it's not a lot different. He's definitely looks much stronger in that one. And it's a full set. Okay. Ludo, Evan, Dragon. I mean, it's a slightly different style. Maybe a little more realistic. I don't know. All right. Farsight, Infinite Energy, House Storage Anywhere. Okay, so of the ones that are most downloaded, we have that one. We're going to try that one. We have that one. We skipped that one. Skipped that one. Skipped that one. We've tried that one. We tried that one. We tried that one. I purposely skipped that one. Skipped it, skipped it, skipped it. This one, it was okay, but we had some issues with it. Walk through crops, stack to storage. We got that one. Batch cooking, I could see if you were really into the cooking for doing stuff. Quest character and tracking, we've got that one. Bigger stacks. Let's check that one out. Infinite water. This mod provides tools to customize the mana usage. Little black book, we got that one. Instant crafting. Easy money. Okay, I'm not going to install it, but I want to see what it is. Always open shops. I can understand that a little bit. Who's Ash? Oh, Ash is probably the mod maker. Okay. We'll take a look at that. Mod menu, we got that. Got that one. Alright, let's take a look at a few of these. Portrait Replacer. Wow, they went way more realistic. Look at those. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, there we go. These two are not as drastic. The Logan looks way more real. I don't know what it is about that one, but that one looks way more realistic, I think, than the others. Maybe it's because he is so caricature-like. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's the beard. Any others that are drastic? I mean, the sun god is quite a bit more human-like. Yeah, I don't know what it is about this one. The proportions, or there's something that makes that one look far more drastic than the others, but maybe it's just me. Okay, easy money. What does this one do? A mod to add coins easily. Missing just a few coins from the barn. Want to splurge and spend on drinks. Just press F8 and add 1,000 coins by default. Alright, well, I'm not going to do anything with that. Bigger stacks. Increase the maximum stack limits. Let's see. Just the maximum size stacks for various items. Optimize your inventory management. 1 to 999 instead of 100. I mean, for some of the stuff, that would be nice. Like, we have hundreds of fire drops. We've got like 2 chests full of fire drops, right? If you could take like essentially 10 stacks and combine them into one. That one's a little bit tempting, I guess. I don't know if we're gonna do anything with it. All right, let's see what this one is then. Enchanted Studio Texture Framework. It is the most downloaded, the most downloads, unique downloads. It is the 3rd. Let's see. Endorsements. It is 3rd, so popular. So let's see what it's about. Serena's Enchanted Studio. Tell you what, Serena makes a lot of really cool stuff. Serena Enchanted Studio. All right. Let's get these copied over. Now I'm going to go ahead and quit and reload, and then we'll go through the mod page and see what's what. Is it Cursed Forge? Is that the other one that has a lot of mods? Cursed Forge. All right, let's see if it has a Moonlight Peaks section. I don't have a premium account over here. It's funny how some communities... All right, so I'm not seeing, it's telling me there are no games found, no results for Moonlight Peaks. So they don't have a setup yet. All right. So 1 enchanted workspace for your character, your colors, your textures, your world, and even the names in your story. My look, world paint, texture files, names. Okay, it says, let's make sure. It says down here, no base game files permanently replaced. Custom textures stay inside their own folders. Live character colors can be cleared from Studio. World paint can be removed, undone, or switched off. NPC renaming never changes portrait or identity keys. Movement and world transition. Okay. Does not promise any. Every mesh can be divided. Every texture can be repainted, or every object was since assembled by the original game. Whoa! Mina's losing her mind. Alright, let's get you guys back over here. She got stuck in the door and it was just bouncing all over the place. All right, how do we get into this mod? Press and anywhere in the world open Serena's Enchanted Studio. All right. My look. Balthazar Black. Okay. Is it just giving me info? Click to enter character creator in wardrobe. Oh, there we go. Is this the full character creator? Now you can get to this. Can you get to this? There's a potion that will get you to this, I do believe. Let's leave this. So this is just another way to get there. I believe this potion will do the same thing. Yeah, so the game supports, there's an in-game way to do this, so it's not overly cheaty. Saves you the use of the potion, I guess, but you can buy the potion. Okay, let's get back into here. So my look, world paint. Choose a color and scope here. Studio closes for you, left click and paints the right click movement. Whole item. Let's go red. Undo last, start painting. Paint ready. Left click paints, right click removes paint. Uh-oh, I got a spinny wheel. Oh my goodness. We painted the house, I guess. No, don't go to sleep. Well, that's something. Remove session paint. There we go. Okay, that was weird. Let's see, what else can we do? I want to try to paint the keg. All right, let's go back to, let's go to green. Start painting. Keg. I think it's going through the keg into the house. Yeah, it did. Well, it says right click removes paint. There we go. Okay. Erase visual 6. 10 textures, 1 material. Okay, it seems to be a single use type of thing. Alright, texture files. Export worn textures, reload texture files, custom textures on. Names, rename yourself, rename your farm, rename your hell kitten, rename NPCs. I don't know if there's an in-game way to do that. Well, the painting thing, I don't quite... You can't do individual objects. So far, we only figured out terrain. Let's come out here, see what happens. What do we got? World paint. Paint every paintable section belonging with your item. Individual part. One left click or right click. Then the tool switches itself off. Now turn that on. Till you reopen Studio and stop paint. That's what we want. Save paint for restarts. Okay, that changed those guys. Maybe that's what it means by individual parts. Like, can I paint that? Well, I painted them all. Oh, I changed them globally. What about the ground? Smallest separation section the game exposes. I might just be making dots. Oh, I painted myself. Can we paint the kitten? I painted my hair anyway. Got the kitten. Oh, check that out. It is breaking down the individual parts of the object. All right. What if we go to whole item? There we go. Is the base separate? Weird. Can we paint that grass? Yep. All right. Let's do it back to individual parts. Oops, we harvested that one. Don't think I can get to the flowers. What about you, Chester? Are you paintable? We painted all of Chester. Oh, all matching or only this item? That's kind of cool. So we could do individual. Okay, so here's a use case. We could do this to do different chests in different colors, right? We could make a red chest. That's kind of cool. That's got some value there. The game sometimes goes into... Oh, I think I accidentally painted my door at some point. And I broke the house somehow. Alright, well this could get messy. I can see the appeal though. Alright. Tool is left click action. All your appearance tools, one polish studio. Okay. And then it looks like we can make custom colors here. It doesn't put them in here. Oh, can I put the hex code in? That doesn't look like I can. All right, let's see. That's a red. Or it should be a red. E60000. Alright, let's get death. There we go. All right. Save paint for restarts. Let's see if we can set everything back. There we go. Okay. It's a cool, pretty cool setup. I could, like I said, I could see it for like changing chest colors, and I guess if you really wanted to customize your house, you're like tinting the colors. It's interesting that the engine supports it. That's what's cool. Which means somewhere in these assets aren't permanent. Or this mod creator figured out a really cool aspect to the game. To be able to make a big change like that, that's pretty crazy. Okay. Let's see. Let's go back over. Is there anything else? Bigger stacks, I don't know that we really need to test, but we could if we want to. Let's go back over here. What are we at? Endorsements. Let's go back to unique downloads. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We'll do the top 100 and see. No, top 50. See if there's anything that we missed. Craft from chests. No thanks. Always show item value. Let's open that one up. Mini map. Click left, control left click or choose the menu selection item in the player inventory to create a duplicate. Okay. Portrait replacer. Never ending. Bigger stacks we're going to look at here. Little black book, we did that one, we did that one, we looked at that one. I lost count. Where are we at? 5, 10, 15, 20. This will be 25. 30. 35. Calm critters and so that just makes them easier to catch. Auto pet. This would be 40. Barn butler. 45. Free decorate. Let's see what that is. Clock pause. Stops the in-game clock. Fences and gates. No crows. Faster planting. Yabba sells Grimoire. Has the gramophone, sorry. Or any ISC Yabba's stock or any other shop. Let's take a look at that. Removes the daily 2-match limit, allows you to challenge opponents as many times as you want without waiting for the next in-game day. Okay, bigger stacks. Let's pull that one just in case we want to mess around with it. What's this one look like? Use trees, moves less in your animals, music less, forget ridge. Your buddy Yavis has got you covered. Buy as many as you like. Normal prices. Nothing is taken away. Touches no game files. Stoney's going a little crazy there. To buy as many as you like might be a little bit game breaking. Alright, we're going to skip that one. Small lets you contain your animals with fences and turn any connected fences section into a working gate. Animals can no longer walk through fences and other obstacles, so you can create... Oh, I guess you can't fence them in. Helps to protect your crops and flowers from them. Rabbit kills should now only eat plants they can actually reach instead of interacting with crops through a fence. We never got our rabbits to eat anything. Braided gate. Purple sparkles. That's an interesting mod. Stops the in-game clock while you're in decorate mode or in inventory window. I think it already pauses in an inventory window. Freeze while your inventory is open. Let's see if that's true. Alright, it's 12:10. Let's go into our inventory. Okay, it's 12:15 when I open my inventory. I'm just gonna let that sit right now and see if time runs, but I don't think it does. Freeze while browsing chest, global storage. Yeah, the time hasn't moved. So now in decorate mode it will. So let's jump back over to the game. So it's 12:15, it's been that way for a while. We open up this. We're still not getting the clock to move. Now, if we go into decorate mode here, though, the time should move. Yeah, so there the time moved. So it would save you if you were doing a lot of decorating. I'm not going to bother with that one. What's this one? Free decorate. I am aware of the known issue, however, this issue is related to the game itself, not my mod. Please don't forget to send reports to the devs. Always copy your save file to another location in case anything goes wrong. Placing things and then being unable to grab them again. I'm having the same issue, but I had the same problem before even installing this mod. I placed a barn divider too close to the cliff and haven't had able to pick it back up again. This was days before the mod was ever posted. This game currently lacks a way to retrieve objects that have been placed out of bounds or are glitched out. Hopefully this gets a fix. I actually think there is a fix. We did run into this when we misplaced our chandelier, and when we reloaded the room, it just put it in a box for us. So I think they might have fixed it. Place decorations wherever you actually want them. Alright, so it looks like it's removing the grid. Right, always show item value. Even away from Chester. Now I believe we have another mod that's doing this for us. Which one is it? Chest levels consume all converter status critter plus extra tool tips, I think. Gives us this piece of information. Let's see if we can find that. Oh, there we go. It's right up here at the beginning. Tools and consumables, SAS potion effects. Oh, the NPC gifting assistant. Let's test that out. I don't think we actually did that. All right, so let's go ahead and grab a bunch of different flowers. There you go. Okay, let's go talk to somebody. Hello. All right, there's Ludo. Hey, you brought snacks, right? Sure. Oh, there you go. Check that out. It's got the little icon next to it. If it's not liked, loved, liked. Oh, that's pretty cool. Luna. Okay, that's kind of awesome. Okay, what's included? Prices everywhere. Magical crop secrets and planted crop tracker. Seed shop free farm tiles info. When browsing the seed shop, the item info panel displays the farm's available spaces in real time. Unplanted tiles and stuff. Tools and consumable stats. Potion effects. Hidden magical. Oh, let's check that out. Let's see. Will all the potions come up? Provides protection from the sun. Fish will instantly bite. Replenish your mana to full capacity. A love potion. Yeah, that's not really giving us. Consumables and potions now clearly display their hidden magical effects and duration directly in the tooltip. Fishing instant 3 days, so you always know exactly what a potion does. Okay. Interesting. Let's try the fishing. Oh crap, I can't search for it. Actually, we just did that and it was working. Okay, that's a little bit of a goofy bug, but we can make that work. So again, this isn't a bug, it's just the mods not playing well with each other, but fish without draining your energy reserves. Okay, what was there? Where are all of our potions? They should all be in a group. I'm not finding the one I'm looking for. There's some of them there. There we go. Fluent fishing. There it is. Rapid reel. 1 day. 1 day, 1 day, 1 day. These all show 1 day. Alright, museum donation tracker. Wonder if you've already donated a rare bug, fish, or crop. Display the tiny museum icon indicator directly on your items in your inventory. Storage, shop, workbench, or converter stations, smartly hiding icons on raw recipe ingredients so your crafting list stays clean. That one I don't quite understand, because it does that in the base game shows you if you still need to donate it. Okay, the NPC gifting assistant, we looked at that. Wonder what you can make with the extra moon fruit. We also have added a handy crafting preview. Keep your tooltips from becoming overwhelming. It's hidden by default. Simply hold shift on your keyboard or one of the triggers on your controller while hovering over an item. Will magically expand to show up to 20 items. Okay, that's the crafting thing. We found that earlier. So if you have a raw material, you can click this, hit the shift key, and it shows you that it can be used in lots of recipes. You have to really know the icons to pull that off, but that's all right. Okay, we're good there. Okay, I think we'll go ahead and slip out. We're going to take a break. When we get back, we'll now go mod by mod, and we'll decide which ones we're going to keep, which ones we're going to remove for a playthrough. Like I said, there's definitely some that would be good for utilities and thumbnail making and stuff like that. So, all right, give me a few minutes and I'll be right back. Okay, let's get through. Let's see. Let's go through the list and we'll figure out what we have and what we don't. I'm going to go through the alphabetical as far as the directory is. Okay, so we have one called Better Ethereal Tools. That one I think we're going to keep. The nice part about that one is, let's say we cast ourselves something like the pickaxe thing, right? In the past, once you had this up and running, that's all you could do. Now, can we talk to somebody? Yeah, see, we can do all the stuff that you would normally be able to do with those still active. Which also means things like you could swim across to the gold. You can change forms. Thought I could go down there. There we go. So I kind of like that functionality. You're not just locked in. Would make mining runs a lot more interesting. So I think we'll keep that. Catalog quality of life. This might be my absolute favorite one. And that is, it just added a search utility up here. So we have 712 items in here, right? Let's turn off those axes. I thought it was escape. Okay, that's odd. Escape to cancel. Okay, well, let's do a little experiment here. What happens if we cast a different one? Let's cast that one. Okay, well, let's change that behavior a little bit, because before you could cancel out of these. Now I can't seem to find a way to cancel out. We which is kind of annoying. Yeah, the cancel is not working. Okay, strike against it there. Okay, let's pop this one up then. Better. Better ethereal tools. All right, let's open the mod page up and see if I'm missing something here. Use tools, change forms, open menus. Spend charges on weeds. Open menu safely, move between rooms. Axes, hands. Each spell can be enabled or disabled separately because they require their dedicated grid cursor. Hold, immediate, or disable. Okay, so cancel mode. There's a setting for it. All right. Cool. So what? So this is safety mechanism. Okay, I kind of like what they did here. So if you want to get into your menu and hit escape, it would cancel. So if I hold my cursor on this, no. All right, let's go into the. Okay, so we have cancel mode. Hold duration set to 0.74. Okay, so if I'm just to hold the escape key down, there we go. Okay, awesome. They're back in my good graces. That is a great feature, actually, because it gives you additional functionality. Very nice. All right, back to it then. So this is probably, again, my favorite mod that we found so far. I love the fact that we have this global storage. You can put anything in. There's no real limit to it. But being able to sort it differently, right? We can sort by name, quantity, quality, price. But this filter is probably the thing. It's like, oh man, I need fiber. So we just type fiber in and boom, there it is. And then we found a workaround for the tooltip. So catalog quality of life, definitely keeping. Chest labels, I liked this one. It's subtle. I don't think it matters a lot, given that we use our global storage for almost everything. What I really use this for is to make it so I don't craft stuff, and that it just makes it easier to find things. So like this was our museum chest, right? But once you know what your chests are, that one's okay. We may or may not keep that one. Consume all. I'm torn on this one. Oh, let's see. Is there a split stack mod? Let's see. Split. No, nothing's coming up. Yeah, I don't see anything. Okay, so consume all, I think we're going to move out of our list. Like I said, it's one of those that it's okay to consume an entire stack. It's just, how do I get this stack split apart? Right now, I could store half of these, then consume the stack, and then have to come back here and then pull them back out, right? There's a workaround, but I wish consume all, like, give me a consume, and then kind of like this pops up a number, So let's go ahead and check the mod page though. Make sure I'm not missing something. That's a possibility. Want to give them the benefit of the doubt here. Okay, adds a new button letting you consume whole stacks of consumables without clicking each item one by one. You have more than one food, drink, or other consumable in a stack. The item menu will show the new consume all option, lets you consume the whole stack without clicking consume over and over. That makes sense. Like I said, consume a certain number. I would love to see. Alright, I don't know if we're going to keep that one. Especially with our new toolbar. The fact that we can put these on the toolbar now, which we couldn't do before, that makes it much easier to consume things. So, alright, I'm going to pull consume all out of our list, I think. I'm going to keep it, but I'm just going to pull it. Can I do this while the game's running? Yeah, let me do it. Okay. Next up, converter status. So that is the one that shows us the timing on machines. So like the wine over there. It gives us that. How useful is that? Honestly, I don't mind using the things. Having this specific information, I'm torn on this one. We craft so, like most of the time when we need to craft something, it's just we craft it and we walk away. We pick it up later. We're not waiting down to the minute. So I think I'm also going to pull this one out for right now. Okay, what's next? Critter Plus and Fishing Plus. They're cool. But I think they take some of the... Oh, excuse me. Some of the hunting aspect out of the fishing and stuff. Trying to find the things is part of the charm. All right, farming quality of life. What does that one do? Hey, Z. How you doing? What does the farming quality of life one do? Catalog quality, farming quality of life. Oh, that shows... Okay, that puts the icons on all of our stuff. I might turn the walkthrough stuff off, but that one's keepable. Keepable, is that a word? All right, faster planting. I'm torn on this one. As annoying as I found this early on, I kind of don't mind it. All right, let's try this again. We'll do a little test. Okay. So what is this set at right now? Faster planting. Let's reset this back to its default. All right, so we're going to turn this off for right now. So this is the default planting speed. which isn't as slow as it looks. It's like 1 second per. All right, and then let's see, faster planting. This is the 3 times speed up. It kind of screws around with the animations. Let's do 2 tests here. First test, we're going to turn off. Yeah, we haven't played a whole lot tonight. Let's turn sync animations off. See what that looks like. That doesn't look horrible. Yeah, we've just been going through mod after mod after mod, seeing how they work, seeing what we like, what we don't like. Hey, Hunter, how you doing? All right, let's try a 9. All right, here we go. Are you guys ready for some crazy planting? Man, that is nice. Oh, I don't know if I'm gonna keep it, but okay. We'll keep a hold of that one for right now. Form lock. This is one that we may keep. This should theoretically allow us to like pick a flower as a bat. So we're not always switching back and forth. That one's fair. All right, we'll keep a hold of that one. House storage anywhere. That one I'm gonna have to decide. Is it convenient? Absolutely. So that is this global storage that you have on the farm, but as soon as you leave the farm, self shout out for the self promotion. That's the self shout out. There's the Raiders is now a members only command. And then we've got a high and a buy. Those are the 4 that we built today. But they are, if you're not a member, they won't work. Those are just for members. Okay, we need to... I'm just gonna pop back here. Yeah, we had a pretty good one today. We got the foundation and the infrastructure built for it. So now it's just a matter of if I need to add new commands, it's not to. Okay, let's see what's next. So anyway, this is kind of like chests anywhere, right? This storage we can now get anywhere. We'll have to decide if we want to keep that. Moonlight auto tool select. That's one that I don't think I'm going to keep on. It's interesting, but it's not really doing what we need. So I'm going to pull that one off. All right, Hell Puppy. Okay, so for those of you that weren't here at the beginning, we now have the ability to turn into a puppy instead of a cat. and we turned ourselves into a white one. So it's kind of cool. I think if you were going to do a I'm going to marry a werewolf playthrough, I could see this one being cool. It still makes cat noises though. So I think I'm going to pull that one off. All right. Mod menu will keep quick spells. This one, if nothing else, the reference is nice, even if I don't use it. Like here's what you're supposed to use it for. I might keep that one. We're going to keep quick spells on. All right, the quest tracker, I think we'll keep that one on. The enchanted studio, that was this thing, which is cool, but not one that we're going to use for normal gameplay. So let's move that one. So quest tracker, little black book. I think I might leave that one on. What's the texture studio? Is that a different one? I don't remember that one. Let's see. Enchanted studio. Names. Paint. Is that, hold on, I gotta check to see, do I have two of the same mod installed here? Enchanted Studio. Oh, I bet you this is where it put the stuff that we worked on. Open the studio within. Yeah. All right, so this we can move. All right, little black book, stack to chest. I like that one. And the toolbar. Now I'm torn on the toolbar. I like the toolbar. I've gotten very used to using this. So the toolbar is nice. So you can just select what you want. Yeah, there's about 110 mods on Nexus right now. A lot of them are quality of life. We've got that and a lot of like texture packs, portrait replacements and stuff like that. But yeah, it's pretty, given the game's only been out for what, a little over a month and a half. There's a good amount of mods out already. So I got to decide, do we want to go with the toolbar or not? But I think we're going to keep it for now. Okay. Let's go ahead and we're going to quit back out. And we'll reload here with our new mod set and see if that's going to work for us. So that gives us 13 mods and 2 kind of utilities. All right, let's load it up. So this is, we're just using Nexus. And we've gone through Out of the 110, I think we probably looked at maybe 30 tonight. Here, let me see. How many did I download? We went through 33 tonight. Oh, did we put bigger stacks on? I don't think we put bigger stacks on. Plugins. Hey, Z made chat boss. All right, I'm going to try bigger stacks here. We didn't test that one. All right, I need to reload the game a second time here. There we go. So anyway, yeah, there's 110 total right now. We went through 33 tonight. So just under a third of the mods we actually went through. Tested them out, see what we liked, what we didn't like. But I think our next playthrough is going to be a modded playthrough, just to experiment. Also, I'm going to most likely do a playthrough where I do all the different conversation options that we didn't do last time. All right, let's bring you guys back over here. And let's see if this mod set... It seems we haven't had any huge conflicts, I don't think, tonight. Everything seems to be working. All right, let's grab our backup. We've been also using a backup save. Okay, now as far as playthroughs, I'm thinking about go ahead and doing a second playthrough of the game with the mods installed, and then we'll probably do, I don't want to call it a sabotage run, but we'll probably do a playthrough where we do all the sarcastic or smart-ass responses, or if there's a negative response or anything like that, just to see a different side of the game. An arrogant, stuck-up vampire, you know, we'll be that person. Just because I think that does have community value. I know in Stardew, we picked up a lot of people who would want to see those responses but don't want to do it in their own playthrough, and a lot of people don't do multiple playthroughs. The percentage of people that do multiple playthroughs is pretty low, so that's probably what we'll do. But yeah, that's I'm not following that last statement, but when you say I want some butter and a slice of bread, that's pretty funny. So yeah, that's kind of the general plan. This playthrough is essentially done. The only thing we didn't get is we're missing 2 recipes. Other than that, we're done. We finished the story. We finished the museum. We got everything else open. The decoration in this game is huge. There are absolutely tons of things. I don't think I can have... I don't have the mod installed. But here's the crazy thing about the game. Let's just grab a few things. We're going to grab a bug. We'll grab some food. We'll grab a fish. We'll grab a big fish as well. Let's see. The Gnasher, I think, is big. Where's the Nasher? There you are. An actual decoration. A flower. We already got some food. There's a crop. There we go. Okay. So one of the things that I find very interesting is while there are a bunch of decorations, you have something like this, the fish. This fish is an ingredient, but if you want to place it, you can place just about anything that exists in the game as a decoration. And it has a whole different graphic for it as a decoration, right? So like this bug has its own little bug display case, and the fish is in a fish display case. You take a cake. I can eat the cake, right? I can place the cake, and it's got a graphic for it. That's a house plant. Even an individual flower. A piece. Oh, so here you go. So right, that's a crop that we harvested. But in the placement mode, you can put it in a little basket. Yeah, now it's a grid-based thing. So I did notice there's a lot of mods to get away from the grid-based placement of things. But there are literally, like I said, I took the mod off. I don't know if there's 1,000 items, but there are so many placeable objects in the game. It's crazy. Let's just go in and look at the blueprints that we have. We can craft. So right now we can craft 425 objects. Right? So we can craft 425, and I don't think I have them all. I bought a lot of them, but yeah, there's 425 items to craft there. So there you go. So yeah, everything is kind of part of the decoration system. Okay, let's see. Anything else? I think we got through everything. So yeah, I think tomorrow we might make a new character and start a second playthrough. Now that the response to this game has been really, really good for the channel. So we'll ride the wave for a while. And then we'll probably slip back into some Stardew here before too long. We'll see how everything goes. This also has, for some things, so there's the main grid. Like, so for instance, you know, this is the grid, right? So there we go. Depending on the size of the object, so like if we get a flower here, right? The flower can actually, you can put 4 flowers in that one spot. Some of the bigger items, like the fish tanks, they can go half a grid tile. So you can see that we can go halfway. Now, like I said, there are some mods that I saw that remove the grid entirely, and you can just put stuff anywhere you want. Even changes the rotations of some objects and stuff like that. So they're pretty cool. Yeah, Fields of Mystery is another one I'm thinking of potentially doing a playthrough on. I need to look at it a little bit more, but it seems to be growing in popularity. So we might do one of those as well. But anyway, yeah, we've basically 100%ed this game for all practical purposes. Outside of our two crafting or cooking recipes that we just couldn't find. All right, let's go ahead and slip out. We'll look for a raid target, and I'll be right back. All right, we are back. Let's see, we've got some choices here on raid targets. What do we have? Nick's playing Pokemon. We could potentially. The downside is a lot of people don't have this game. Whereas, you know, with Stardew, a lot of people already have it. That's kind of how it works, Z. Nancy and Jamie normally feed the jackpot. Those are the two. Okay, we've got Saving the World One Chicken at a Time at Cozy Cow. We've got Playthrough Pulse is up and running with Near Automata. I have no idea what that game is. Humanity has abandoned Earth. Android soldiers fight a war against machines. The world is beautiful, strange, and clearly hiding far more than it initially reveals. It oftentimes is. Should we go to Cozy Cow? We can do Cozy Cow. Let me get into that. What's Granny playing? I saw that she was live. Let's see. Pause Cozy Cow. What is Granny Does Games play? What's she playing tonight? Cozy evening stream. The incident at Gallery House. Let's see how long she's been running. How long does she normally stream? She's been going for 3 hours. I can do whatever I want. I'm the house. Let's look and see. 3, 4, 5, 4, 3. She's usually 3 to 5 hours. Yeah, she's probably going to be up for another hour or so. Miss Shelley's about an hour in. Yeah, I think we'll hit... Let's hit Cozy Cow tonight. That seems to be a good fit. Alright. Here we go. Set that. Do the decon raid. There we go. There we go. Okay. Well, this was fun. It was fun to dig through and see what mods are available. Have you won it yet? Come on, Z, you can win it. I broke even. What's the super at? Super should be doing okay. 48,000 for the mega. Jamie sniped the mega last night. She got 50,000 last night. Otherwise, the super mega would be over 100. Oh, Z. Z. You'll get 1 or 2 more in there. All right, let's go ahead and wrap up here. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. I do appreciate you guys. Another break even. Right? Yeah. You might as well have just given it to her. Yeah, it was right at the end. We went all night with no jackpots, and right at the end, I think we hit a couple. Oh, Z is feeding the mega. Look at that. Let's see if I can help. 7,000. Nope, I win. I tried to feed it. But yeah, last night was a weird one last night. Okay, so I think, yeah, tomorrow, I think we'll start a new playthrough. It'll be fun to go through a second time now that we know what we're doing. The first blind playthrough is always interesting, but we'll see how much more efficient we can get. Now we know how to make money. We know how to collect things. I don't think I can get the... Yeah, it's definitely the... I mean, the mega should hit at the exact same rate as it did before, but the other jackpots have lightened up a lot. It made a difference since we've changed it. But yeah, I think I don't know if I can get through in a year. That'd be tough. It'd be close. That first spring is pretty difficult, but we might try to do that. Poor Z. Z's just feeding the jackpot. You got it up to 8,000 so far. Trying to get that last hit, that last fix. Yeah, we were hitting way too many. The outflow was way bigger than the inflow for sure. All right, everybody. Well, I think we're going to go ahead and call it for tonight. If I stall enough, Z can get probably 2 more in. I'm trying to see if she can get 2 more plays in. I'll help you feed it. Oh, I broke even. Come on, Z. You can do it. Hey, Rob, catch you later, my friend. 1 second. 1 second. Go, Z. Go, Z. I think Z's broke. Z broke the gamble command. Oh my goodness. The bot just freaked out. Congrats, Nancy, 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 Nancy. I don't know what you guys just did to the poor boss. Yeah, Nancy. Nancy broke the chat boss. I think we got a little hiccup there in the chat, and it all processed at once. There we go. I fed it some more. I think that's the chat bottleneck that caused the problems. You broke DG. All right, what did we get the mega up to? Yeah, you guys freaked the bot out. All right, we're at 9,000. I'm going to try to get it to 10,000. There we go. I think that gets it to 10,000 for tonight. I lost another. There we go. We're at 10,000. All right. If one of you hits it during my closing, cool. If you don't, then it'll all go into the super jackpot. All right. Have a good night, everybody. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. I do appreciate you guys. Thank you for making gaming a positive influence on the world. We do appreciate that as well. So we will leave you like we always do. Go watch, play, or create something great. Be a part of a gaming community, whatever capacity makes the most sense for you. Thank you so much for being a part of our gaming community. I do appreciate each and every one of you. Have a wonderful rest of your day, evening, morning, or night. And I will see you guys all tomorrow. Holy cow, look at these losses at the end. Come on, what did we get to? 12, 13,000? 12,000. All right. Have a good one, guys. We'll catch you later.